Alright, it's FM time. At least for me. Hopefully for some watchers too. Oh, welcome back to the stream. So, we had some goals throughout the friendlies break. I guess we managed to achieve some of them. But not all of them. So, for example, we didn't win the second friendly. That's not too concerning, but it's not great. We didn't sort the squad yet, I think. That's fantastic. My hair is doing that stuff again. Okay, I will fix that in one of the breaks, probably. Yeah, anyway. I think we need to have a look into the squad and determine which players will stay and which won't. And we gotta make sure that we determine this in a correct manner. So I guess we can do that right now. Because this looks reasonable, but team cohesion dropped a lot. So less players would be good here. And we will need to find out who's reliable, who's needed, and who isn't. And some players might need to leave. Alright, so these are all shortlisted for some reason. I think they get shortlisted once they come in for trial. I don't think we want either of them. And in here, so okay, thank you very much. I guess I knew that. And in here, I think Paul Coleman is the better choice. Just due to the fact that he can develop, at least a little bit. But also comparing Massaro to Coleman. Well, I'm not so sure, to be frank. But Paul Coleman has better communication and better mentals. His eccentricity is lower, which I'm fine with. And overall, he should do better than Massaro. On the other hand, Massaro is 31 years old. Oh, there's a lot of new signings that should be welcome to the club. We need to do that too. Okay, anyway, so goalkeeper position is more or less covered. He will not be first choice goalkeeper going forward though. We should probably tell him. With contract negotiations. So, maybe he will not agree to it, or I don't know. But this might be okay. We'll see. He wants to be an important player. Yeah. Backup is fine for him, apparently. And now we need to reduce the money. So he's on 45 now. Say we start out with 15 and then move up. We might end up with 45 or 50 anyway. It's not that important for us. Yeah, we'll try 35. See? Just need to force him into it. And that would probably not be... Oh, he even agrees to a reduction. Okay, so 30 it is. That's not too bad. The clean sheet bonus is important. I'd rather pay him for a clean sheet than for unused, be an unused substitute. But of course he sees it the other way, so I guess there's that. And now let's see if he needs a clean sheet bonus at all. Yeah, okay. There's a problem with his performance in training apparently. Yeah, there is. So we will tell him about that. Alright. Let's have a look at his medical report too. He's got low suspiciability to injuries. That's good. So I guess as a backup he's totally fine. That said, as a personality, balanced personality isn't that great. Balanced and media friendly, and apparently we're on his list of favorite personnel already. For some reason. I don't know why that is. Paul Coleman on the other hand. Paul has average suspiciability to injuries. His training has been really bad. We cannot tell him about it though. And on the physical side, I think I agree with this. He doesn't have great physicals, so agility and balance are totally fine. Contract-wise, we don't pay him, so who cares? And he's with Yidderhawk Dolls. They might sell him at the end of the period. So if say we can get him in on a free transfer, that's okay-ish to a degree. That said, he's not a perfect goalkeeper by any stretch of the imagination. He's just someone we came up with. And I like his reflexes and the handling. Not one-on-ones, not so much. But let's finally give him some playing time. He rotted with Yidderhawk Dolls for 2 or 3 seasons, I think. Didn't do much. So the playing time might result in him developing a little bit at least. What's next? Yeah, this position. So I will get rid of all of these here. And we might not do that many trials going forward, not sure. George Jenkins, from my perspective, he doesn't belong here. He's much too slow. I wasn't even aware that he's capable of playing there. His development is a bit concerning, I feel. Given that he's 17 years old though, yeah, he will develop going forward. But he doesn't belong in wingback, that's for sure. Joshua McConville does belong here. He is in the U19 now. I guess he's okay. Same with Adair, but Adair is in the first team now. And I think we need him here. So that's alright. Luke Thomas is a center back that might play there, but I don't want him in the list. And then there's Morgan Owen. And Jamie Roberts. So I'm not sure if we want to get rid of Morgan Owen immediately. Apparently he's a consistent performer for some reason or another. He might also play as some sort of midfielder. It says central midfielder on attack here. Say, well, Metzala is not his thing. Yeah, I'm not that convinced. But he has an average passing, an average vision. So I guess that's okay. So I'm gonna demote him in here in the squad planner. I think Jamie Roberts will do most of the games. That is if he plays on an acceptable level. I don't want to get promoted anytime soon. Not just yet anyway. So I guess it's not like we need to strictly look for the best performance in all positions all the time. We gotta think a bit more long term. And a bit more long term means Jamie Roberts needs to be able to stick around. And maybe he can even develop a little bit. Even though I doubt it at the age of 32. His crossing isn't that great, that's true. I guess we could try to train him on something that doesn't include decision making. So, but marking and positioning is off too. His dribbling is really bad. First touch and technique are not good either. So I guess I'd rather do the dribbling. Maybe we can get that to an acceptable level. His training hasn't been great, so let's criticize him on it. Yeah, so it wasn't in the red area, but he accepts it. Chris Adair is strictly a wingback too, for me at least. He looks more rounded, I guess, but his personality needs to change a little bit. And then there's Joshua McConville. He is with the U19 right now. Who might be an option, if we need it. Yeah, Morgan Owen I don't know what to do with. In fact, I'm considering letting him leave, but as we will see later, we probably need him for midfield, for now. There's a lot of players that are apparently capable of playing in central defense. I'm not so sure. So, Feldstad we brought in as a secondary option. The first one is not Shay Kirk. In fact, Shay Kirk, I'm not sure what to do with him at all. He's a bench option to me. So let's demote Shay Kirk to somewhere right now. He's not number one though. Harry Martin doesn't belong here. Morgan James is number one in this position, I feel. Are they left and right-footed players here? I don't think so. They are all right-footed, are they? That's okay. Chris Adair doesn't belong here. At least not for me. I guess he belongs. But he trains as a box-to-box midfielder. Yeah, he's not a great central defender. He's considered to be one though. But the physicals say I'm not a central defender, and neither do the mentals say he is. In fact, the only good thing about him is, well, jumping reach, balance and technique. Not sure what to do with him. Baldwin in midfielder is no good either. That's why we train him as a box-to-box, do we? Yeah. So, I don't even think this is great. And he's with the U19 anyway. So, get rid of him. He can be in the U19 and develop, and if he doesn't, well, then he doesn't. Gary Moody doesn't belong in this position. And Shay Kirk is a last option here. So, that leaves us with this sample. I guess that's okay. For some reason, Shay Kirk is considered to be better than Luke Thomas and Sam Jones. I do not agree. And that star rating of 1 star is a bit hard on Sam Jones. We'll see how he does. So this is how I see it right now. James, Feldstead, Jones, Thomas and Kirk. Same here, basically. So we need to get rid of all of these. Obviously Feldstead cannot play in 2 positions at the same time, but we will still sort it this way. So that should do. And it's an explicit statement that I put Sam Jones above Luke Thomas. I think Luke Thomas needs some time to develop. He's 21 though, so not that young anymore. In comparison to Sam Jones, yeah, Luke Thomas looks a bit better, but Sam Jones is the one I want to play if I can help it, just due to the fact that he's a professional player, and I want to keep him in the squad if I can manage to do that. Also, he might be manager going forward at some point, for example the U19. And then we've got a left wing. I think we're good in terms of players available there. That's these 2. I do not have a priority here. But given that Alex McDowell is still a highly influential player, I think he was a vice captain previously. And Freddie Wiles didn't. He didn't have convincing performances so far. It's not like he's horrible, but I think he gave away that penalty. That's what's still in the back of my mind. So he can have the secondary spot. I didn't go through the contracts, so let's see this. He's a French player, and he's a French player too. So none of them should be concerned with this. On 30 euros a week, not a week, per appearance. Yeah, that's a new deal. And for him, he's on 40. And we re-signed him recently. So, no big deal. And Morgan James, I think we renegotiated previously. And Shay Kirk is wanted by Goitre. To be honest, I would probably let him leave. I'm not sure what to do with him. For a striker, he doesn't really fit. He's, he's a target man. But a target man with really horrible finishing and no good heading, and I don't know. He's not great. On the other hand, he's 20 years old, so I guess he can develop. What's he? He trains as a central defender though. Which he might not be any good either, due to the lack of pace and so on, so yeah, they can have him. We need to renegotiate that contract though in case he plays. Because 55 euros for his services are not that. What the hell, no. Okay. In that case, we will not renegotiate his contract. He considers himself to be a regular starter. Sure. That might introduce some problems going forward. So yeah, he might need to leave. Luke Thomas as a center back, as I said, I think he's fine. He's a decent addition to the squad. Oh. Sorry about that. Yeah, he's a decent addition to the squad. The appearance fee of 15 euros is fine. Maybe we can reduce that. We can't. We did talk to him previously. And the same is here. 15 euros for Sam Jones. That's fine with me. Morgan James has a new contract, I think. For 70. He is considered important player. The problem is he will probably be a leader pretty soon. And he doesn't have a wonderful personality. But I guess he deserves it. Where is he? Here. He's vice captain too. So, yeah, why not? To say he's a star player is probably fine. It's just the way it is. I will not promise him to improve the coach team though. And I will stick to important player to reduce the playing time requirements a little bit. And this is fine, more or less. So, I don't know, the unused substitute fee will be removed anyway. He's on 70 right now, so let's try to get him down to 60. Sure. And if we gotta pay him a performance fee now, that's fine. This can go away. Does he insist on anything here? I don't think so. So, in the end, we pay him 10 euros less. And Felstad we don't pay at all. So I guess that's okay. Yeah, so that's the order. Defensive midfielder, I think we have two options now. Harry Martin is the primary option and he's important to us. These can go. So, Harry Martin trains really well. And given his duty as a ball-winning midfielder, he needs better agility. Agility? I always confuse that. That said, he's definitely the primary option, that's okay. Aaron McIver will not play there if I can help it. He's not a ball-winning midfielder, so he will not do that. Gary Moody, that's much better. I have my concerns with him in defensive midfield, but he might play there. And Michael Kelly, same problem basically. I have my concerns here, and he's more of a playmaker type to me, I guess, because he's got the passing, the first touch and so on. He also has balance. So, something like this. Or maybe Metzala. No Metzala. To make use of his good balance, and the rest isn't that great. I think deep lying playmaker it is. It will not be advanced playmaker on support duty either. He doesn't have flair. He needs the deep positions, and he will not do anything that's not predictable. But that's okay. So to me he's a deep lying playmaker. Either in defensive midfield or in central midfield, doesn't matter much. We might move him up to the first team though. Because, well, we need a replacement for a DLP up here, right? For now, I'll remove him. And we will have a look at Gary Moody. So, in Gary Moody's case, he's a decent tackler. His positioning is good. And there's some stuff that's encouraging here. He did decline in positioning, that's not great. On the other hand, the rest of it is okay. The physicals are concerning though. And he does train on the physical side. I think he can move up to the senior squad though, because he's a bench option to me. So let's bring him to the senior squad. Here we have a few problems, because none of these belong here. Ryan Gibson is in the U19 right now, and he's not a playmaker type to me, so he doesn't belong here either. The entire sample of these all can go. Feldstedt I do not want here. Aaron I don't know. I guess we wanted him, but he's with another club. So for this season, McIver it is. He doesn't belong here at all. Jenkins will not play as a playmaker. Tumulty is well, he knows how to play in central midfield, but that's all there is to it. And I think if we play him in any role here, he will not be playmaker, that's for sure. So, not an option I'm willing to plan with. Gary Moody? Neither. And Michael Kelly? Well, we just promoted him. No, we didn't. But he's an option for a playmaker in the first team. Being a fickle player is not great, but I guess we can deal with that. So to move him to the senior squad, sure, he's a playmaker option. Then we've got a Carrigliero out here. First of all of these can go. As can Walsh. Feldstedt will not play here if I can help it, because he's a central defender to me. We just said that Michael Kelly is a playmaker. And so is... well, he doesn't belong here. McIver is a playmaker option, so he will not play here either. Shay Kirk, yeah, assuming he plays in midfield, I'd say probably ball-winning midfielder at best. In fact, that's something that we can have a look at. So I'm not fond of his capabilities as a central defender, right? He's too slow. One role that doesn't rely on, I guess pace it relies on, but doesn't rely on what he's no good at that much, would be ball winning midfielder. I'm not sure. This might be a better idea. Does he need final third training in that situation? No, he doesn't. So we could try to improve his physicals, use him as a ball winning midfielder, if that ever comes up, but he might need to leave anyway. Yeah, so in any case, Shay Kirk doesn't belong in this position because the ball winning midfielder is behind him. Alex McDowell doesn't either, he's a wingback. Morgan Nolan we can talk about, yeah. I guess we can play him here. That's more like it. But there's so many holes in his attribute sample. I don't know what to do with him. He's 27 and he's another player. Due to the declining ability on the pitch. So he belongs at the end of whatever happens here. Maybe not rock bottom, but he's not primary option. Gary Moody is a defensive midfielder, we had to talk about this. So we play George Jenkins here, who is considered a playmaker. He trains as a carriero for us. I'm not that convinced that this is a good idea. We might try to get a Metzala out of him, but look at that dribbling. This will not work. Is there an option? I guess we can always do box standard stuff, of course. Try to get him central midfielder on support duty or something like this. But he needs to stay a bit wider anyway, due to the formation. And I think the Caroliero does this, if I'm not mistaken. That's a preset that does this. Assuming he plays as a central midfielder. Nah, he would still need the tackling, and so I guess this is okay. He's not great at it though. He has a really good personality, but he needs time to grow into this. He's not part of the first team, and he won't be. Ryan Gibson now. He might be an option. If we compare him to Jenkins, yeah, he definitely is an option. So let's put Ryan Gibson in the first team. This might be a bit of a problem with the mentoring groups down there. So say we have Gibson and Jenkins, and Morgan might play from time to time. That's enough players for this position. In this position it's rather easy. We have Mr. Cake Grenade and Mr. Brodet. And nobody else. Well, we can't play Rooney there too. And so I guess there's 5 players, okay. Disregard what I said. But skill-wise, I guess we will try to play Mr. Cake Grenade anyway. Oh, he had a bad performance apparently. Sure, let's warn him about it. I didn't know friendlies count, but who cares? So, from a personality perspective, all of these have their problems, somehow. Broderton though, yes, he's left-footed. And we have 5 players in this sample that might play on both wings, more or less. So it's not that hard, but he will probably not play that much going forward. That said, if he stands a chance to play, it will probably be here. And I think this is overstated. The 2 silver stars. That's a bit very low. But I guess overall that's fine. If we compare him to Rooney, for example, which I guess he's okay, but he's not great. Yeah. So Brotherton is more of a technical... that's not even true. He's more rounded in a way, but for a winger that's not a good thing. So I don't think Brotherton will remain with this club. Yeah, and on the left side it's basically the same. But apparently we need to substitute the players in. We brought in Gavin Trainer, and I think that's a viable option. His passing isn't great. In fact, it's horrible. But he has the physicals overall, the work rate, the dribbling, the first touch. This is okay. He doesn't train a trait right now. I guess cuts inside from the left wing is the obvious choice, because he's a dribbler, and that's what we want him to do. And he will not play classic winger on the left wing anytime soon. So we might as well teach him how to cut inside, because his decision making is 5. It's a trait that suits agile players like him. Okay. Apparently this is what we're going for. Good. So we will add the other players. If I can find them, that is. Rooney, for sure. He has no idea how to play this position though. Not yet. That's what we're trying to teach. Tumulty, not much better. He's trying to get rid of his trait. And then there was... what there were... I guess seen from that perspective, Mr. K. Grenade can play there too. Because he has no idea how to play in this position either. But who cares? In case it's needed, we can do this. Last option though. And McIver isn't the one... It's Brotherton, right? Yeah. But Brotherton has no idea how to play there either. And I'd rather go with an inverted winger, so Brotherton is not an option to me. Neither, to be frank, neither is this. So we do not have a real replacement here. That said, due to the acceleration and pace, these two stand a chance here, and Gavin Trainer is not far off on the physical side. He's the oldest of the 3. 2 temperamental and 1 spirited player. Well, yeah. We'll see how that goes. And then there's strikers. We have so many strikers, and we will need to get rid of most of them. I don't consider Brotherton a good striker. Rooney will not play as a striker if I can help it. These are shortlisted players. Cassidy, Henderson... Nope. To me, it's Toby Yates, really. What about Dan Roberts? Well, he's a trialist. We don't know about him, but it's more likely that he leaves. At least at this point. And this is strictly due to the fact that we have too many strikers anyway. So he would need to bring something to the sample that the others don't. And for now, these are all... How do I put this? He's a 17-year-old down in the U19, so I guess that's okay. Same as Alex McCorry. He's not great, but at least he's 17 years old, and there's a reason why he's around. And then there's these guys. With McHugh, I'm not so sure why he's here. Trainer doesn't belong here. Let's get rid of Dan Roberts too. So this is our striker sample now. We play with one striker though. And looking at this, I guess I can see the appeal in keeping Elina, for example. But McHugh? Well, McCurry is in the U19 too. I don't know about these two. He's an influential player and an emergency backup. And for some reason he trains really well. No idea why that is. So in case we need a target man, I guess Elina will do. Wayne Cloyd, on the other hand, to declare him as an important player is... I don't know. He will play from time to time. And we might bring him on the wing too, on the left one. But his, you know, he's so slow. So slow. And for both of these roles, he needs to be able to run with the ball. So where does this leave us? Well, my problem with this now is I'm not sure if there's players in this squad that are not part of the squad planner. But I think this is about the squad size that I expected, yes. So, in case we find out that somebody isn't happy with his playing time, they might need to leave. Okay, apparently there's some cooking in the kitchen. In case you can hear that, yeah. That's, or in case you don't, I guess noise suppression might work. But I gotta do this at some point. Include some noise suppression for the microphone. I didn't get to set that up just yet. Alright. In fact, let me close the door. That might help. So, give me just a second. Alright. So, I closed the door. It was not from the kitchen, by the way. Was something else. Oh. And I just got a message that... What is this? Yeah, this is fantastic. So, I just got a message that the new mouse finally arrived. Great. It's only been like 3 weeks. Hopefully that one is not broken. So, I agree with this, Mies. I think the squad is rather big, yeah. So, what's the optimal squad size? 20 something. For bigger clubs, it's usually, you know, 25 or something, depending on the amount of, the number of competitions. We're still in 2. But I think we play a game a week and that's it. So, this squad is a bit big. Not that many, because it's a small league, right? We play everyone once, so that's 30. And some cup games on top. Well, depending on where we go in the game against Rufin, it might be 31 games. You're trying to stay within the league. That's all. How many is this? That's 27 players. I would be happy to reduce this a little bit to say 25 or 22, if we can get there. Some of these might be youth options though. So let's put it the other way around. Yeah, I think I have a preference for bigger squads, which is a problem. On the other hand, that you can rotate a little bit, and that's good. There might be injuries. That said, injuries are not a problem right now. They have been, but it doesn't look like... not being on full-time training, they don't suffer injuries that much, in my experience. So there's that. I think the most obvious is the striker position. We do not need more than 2 strikers in regular play. And it's highly unlikely that a person like Elena, for example, will play. So these players are around for like 5 games within a season. And Sam McHugh, I don't see him playing anytime soon. Let's put it this way. He's another player, right? Does he train well? Go away. He trains on a decent level. The fact that he likes the ball played into his feet is okay for him. That's alright. He's a small player, and he's got good technique, good finishing, whatever, good first touch, for our level anyway. He's a decent poacher in a way, but he does not move into channels for some reason. I don't like that at all, and I'm not sure if we don't have better. So first of all, he needs to get rid of this trait, and then he's 21, right? Where the hell is it? Yeah, here it is. So, does not move into channels, apparently is a penalty box player. Yeah, that happens. On the other hand, that's a valuable experience for your third striker. So apparently this is a good option for him because he's a penalty box player with this trait. I guess we can make that argument. I don't like it though. Yeah, well, that happens really. These small things happen all the time. It's just, it's not even an error, it's an oversight. No, not oversight. You know, lapses in attention, I guess, to detail. So that happens. I want to look into the U19. We have a striker here, for example. Let's compare him. So, who's the better striker now? Sam McHugh has a really decent technique. I guess that's a plus. There is no other strikers down here. There is. McCurry. So that's just another type of striker. I wouldn't necessarily say that Sam McHugh is horrible. And a similar argument can be made for Elina. But let me put it like this. If somebody comes and takes Elina away, I will probably not find a replacement. But he's influential in the squad right now. I guess this is just due to him being a long-time servant to the club. So I'll try to sort through this at some point. By the way, I didn't do the YouTube thumbnails just yet, so these streams are not on YouTube yet. Or they are, but they are hidden. I gotta do these later on, and then we will have, you know, the history for this stream too. I think this is the 4th or 5th episode that we're in. And I tried with the 2 non-copyright protected pictures of Taffs Well that are available. The stands really don't say much about football. It might as well be rugby or whatever. And the gate doesn't look great as a thumbnail the way I set it up. Even though it communicates football to a degree. So I might go with a generic footballing picture that has nothing to do with Taffs Well at all. Just for visualization purposes. So just in case you're wondering later on. And hopefully I can do that today. On other news, I'm experimenting with, where is it? This stuff. So I included something that allows to slap stickers on the screen. I don't know if this is appealing to anyone or whatever, and it costs bits. But I'm told that these can be earned, I don't know, by watching ads or something. I'm not sure how it works. In any case, I set the prices really low. So, yeah. Hopefully that's not annoying to you. And I guess if anyone wants to spend any money, I'd rather have them have some effect from it than none at all. Right? So, in case you want to annoy me and toss a get wrecked or something onto the screen, you can do that right now for, I think it's 10 cents or something. I wanted to go even lower, but I wouldn't want to do it for 1 cent because, well, on 1 cent you probably get spammed with a lot of this shit. Yeah, so much for that. And in case anyone watches this later on YouTube, I'm trying to figure out Twitch stuff, basically. So don't blame me for it, please. We play a match on Friday? I don't like that at all. Okay, I guess this is fine. Is this... These are both matches within the league though. And this is okay too. I don't care about their match preparation, they just need to train hard. So that's alright. Do we know anything about this club? They play a 4-4-2. Apparently. Okay. So there's other things to do though. Say we look into training. I guess we will determine the setup at the end of the week though. That said, we can talk to some of the players. So about their training performances, that is. For Freddy Wilds, I guess this counts as good training, yes. And same with Mr. K Grenade. Hopefully he can accept this. Yeah, he doesn't think he's done that well. For them, there's no much comment to be had. with Alex McDowell, now we were getting into controversy territory, right? Not specifically with this player, but sometimes they argue in this situation. So I will criticize him anyway. Gary Moody, and that bug didn't get fixed so far. With the jumping highlighting. For some reason that still exists. Sam Jones is a very professional player, I think he will agree to this. Yes. And then there's the red area. In the red area I think we can tell them. At least I hope that we can. But some of them might need some match experience. Paul Coleman is really bad. Same as Massaro. I don't know why. So, and some of these players are fresh. We brought them in like 2 days ago. And then we will need to do set pieces. Yeah, I didn't specifically look into a set piece taker. So we do not have anyone that's really talented with set pieces and technique and so on. But maybe there's somebody in the squad at this point that's capable to do them, at least to a degree. And given that there's a lot of right-footed players in this squad, we will probably take in-swinging corners from the left with one of the wingers, well, one of the inverted wingers. But on the right, I'm not sure if this is a good idea. So maybe on the right back can take the corners and go with a short pass. Oh, there's additional signings. So we bring in a U19 physio, that's okay. And we bring in John Gilmore and try to get rid of his trade. That's fine with me too. Yeah, we signed him. He's with the U19 now. And we will definitely give him some sort of playmaker role. I guess given that he doesn't have a preference, does he? Looking at this looks okay. It's not great, but it's okay. He would need better off-the-ball movement and positioning, and this is obviously a horrible trait for him to possess. So that needs to go in either case. As an advanced playmaker, there's not much difference. As an advanced playmaker, you would need some dribbling. But I will actually go with a roaming playmaker, I think. Not that he's good at it, but he needs to improve his physicals a little bit. And I think overall, just improve him a little bit. It's probably okay. But let's get rid of this passing trait. Exactly. Simple passing is a trait to possess for players that don't know how to pass a ball, as one might guess. So, set pieces. Let's go with the easy stuff first. Penalties. Where's Sam McHugh? Yeah, okay, let's remove Sam McHugh. Yeah, well, I guess Sam McHugh can take penalties, yes. Same as Toby Yates, though. And Aaron McIver is... Why is he in here at all? Oh, he's the best penalty taker due to, well, his penalty taking. That said, his finishing and composure are really bad. So I'm gonna drop him down here. Penalty taker, no penalty taking. Yeah. Seen from that perspective, the best penalty taker is Wayne Cloyd. That's alright. He would be really great to have on the pitch all the time for the penalties, but that's about it. Toby Yates, on the other hand, he might just get there. We'll see. Yeah, and Sam McHugh is the better choice for now. But he might not play much. The others are all rubbish, more or less. It doesn't matter. They're all so bad at penalty taking and finishing. For example, Gary Moody here. Or Michael Kelly. I do not expect him to score more than 50% of the penalties. And neither with somebody like him. Yeah, okay. So much for penalties. Oh, throw-ins. Alright. Let's look at set piece takers first. I will drop this all. I realized that we did this at the start of the season, but the squad changed so much. I want to look at a bit at this. Chris Adair. So obviously no long throw takers that are good, right? So Chris Adair belongs to the right side. As does Jamie Roberts. In case both are on the pitch, which will not happen, Jamie Roberts will take the... no, Chris Adair will take the throw. Not that it matters much. And then on the left side we have... I think McDowell is one of the two. Yes, he is. So McDowell is one of the options. And the other one is... Wilds. They are both really, really horrible at taking throw-ins. So we will take the short ones, that's for sure. This is the cautious routine. This is rubbish, is it? Yes, it is. Can we reset that? We can. So that's a bit better. Oh yeah, no, nobody's selected. So let's select a few players. In no particular priority though. I'll just go with the strongest squad, which might not be that strong anyway. They are both considered French players. Harry Martin is the primary option here. No. No. Apparently Aaron McIver is not the primary choice here anymore. At least if we look at the playmaker type players though. Michael Kelly might be the one. Not as an advanced playmaker though. So for him as a deep lying playmaker, I think this is fine. It might be too defensive. But sure, there'll be a playmaker here, and in this role, from a technical perspective, I'd love to have a box-to-box midfielder here, but that player here will cut inside. To a degree at least. On support duty, that is. So, not so sure about that. Well, Moody doesn't belong here. Ryan Gibson does. And he's considered to be a Metzala, more or less, or box-to-box. And I think Metzala as well as box-to-box will do just fine. There's a creative option here. He shouldn't be that focused on goal scoring though, should he? So, on the other hand, he has a trait. That's not something that needs to be done for him. Crossing less often is always good. Get further forward basically suits his trait. So say we have Gibson here as a Metzala on attack duty. Yes, he needs to play there and needs to train for the position. But that so now we drop both of our youngsters in favor of two other youngsters. 17-year-old, 18-year-old, yeah, why not? So the youngsters can have some infight who gets the position. We will play Gavin Trainer here, at least until the rest picked up some of the attitude, some of the capability to play in this position. That's the way I wanted to go about things. And out here, they will be classical wingers. And most of them are not very good at this, so I guess you Tumulty can make an appearance. Why not? And then up front, there's the old debate between Cloyd and Yates. It doesn't matter much. Say we play Yates. I have no strong preference there. And neither of them are very fast. That's part of the story. Okay, so but overall the wingers should be moderately fast or fast. So for set piece situations, like a throw-in, this is probably not a good idea, just because his acceleration, agility and pace are not that great. The rest of it is okay. So for him to stay forward doesn't make much sense. I guess he can go back. Him though, at the end of the week, in 5 days, it's up here. But this is a conscious decision. I want to take some time with this, because I think I tend to rush into games to make it more entertaining on stream. And the conscious decision is that I want to look into some of these details, if I can help it, if I can stand it. No, it's we dealt with the friendlies. The game against Blennervon Blues will be the third league game I think in the season, and we need 35 points I think to remain in the league. So the earlier we get them, the better, right? For him to be in the back at the edge of the area doesn't make much sense. To stay forward though, that's a bit better. He's not great strength wise though. I don't know. To go back is not a great addition. And for Ryan Gibson to be at the edge of the area doesn't make much sense either. That said, they are all really bad at most of it. Can we do something like we did with Wiederhawk dolls? Something like this? And then put... Well, we've got a defensive midfielder, right? Is he a decent jumper? I guess that counts, yes. He's not a great header, but I guess that counts. So, zonal marking, the near zones here in the penalty area, he's not great. For some reason. He's not a great marker at all, despite being a wingback. Seriously. Okay. But for him to be forward doesn't make much sense either. He's a defender in the end, so he needs to learn how to defend. But yeah, not great. For him to go back only doesn't change the attributes required. We could mark the post with him. Not that it matters much. For the winger, to be in the back is absolute rubbish. He has no talent to be a defender, so I guess we will not try that. Let's see edge of the area as well as what's available here. There's some lurking, right? No. So we have the option to stay at the edge of the area. Acceleration and aggression are good. He's not a great passer, so forget about that. Not a chance that I will do this. The passer is the one on the right. For him to be at the edge of the area makes some sense. At least he can play a killer ball from there, if we get there. That said, acceleration, concentration and strength are really bad. Is he any better at the edge of the area? Nah. And we need players to be, well, in the back. Something like this. So that would imply that the striker is the only one to go back, because he has some physicals. Not too fond of that decision. Okay. And now let's do this to, well, I'll save this. This is cautious defend throw, right? I always fail at spelling cautious. So we do this, and then we do it the same way here. Not with the striker, he just goes back. They remain in the front, he goes to the left, he goes to the right. He will remain up front, he'll be at the edge of the area, same as him. And the defensive midfielder drops in here. That's it. Cautious defend, throw left. I need to go for a bathroom break. Afterwards we'll do the attacking stuff. And then we'll see how many of those set pieces we do. Yeah, that's a way to do it. I don't think there's a right way to go about things. Let me just go for the bathroom break, and I'll be back in a minute or two, and then we can talk about it if you want, because I feel like this is viable, a viable addition to the game, and that should be considered depending on the squad. I think there's options for stuff that can be done here, but we need to look at the players and specifics. So yeah, be right back. Alright. There we are. So, I think the set piece stuff, well, this is all opinionated, obviously, but there's some indicators for what's good and what's not good. For example, if the central defenders are more or less similar in their, well, I'd argue if they are okay-ish with their positioning but have really great jumping reach and so on, zonal marking might be a good idea, because they will not have that great of a position, but they might just muscle through it. And usually I'm forced to play with players that have really bad marking too, so man marking doesn't work that well for me. So I guess that's why I go with zonal marking most of the time. But this is a highly philosophical debate, even in regular football, isn't it? Because, you know, in football there's coaches that go with 2 men at the posts for some reasons, or none at all, in specific situations, and it all depends on the players. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if I have any knowledge for this level of discussion. So I'm just trying to do, you know, get the forwards forward. They will not contribute defensively at any point. They just can't. On the other hand, to have an additional man in the back is probably a good idea, and to have 2 players at the edge of the area might not be too bad, because we might face long shots. Yes, yeah, because they have a better off-the-ball movement, and there's a lack of mobility and so on. But if you man mark, they might be drawn out of position completely. They will go for, you know, they mark their one player, and if there's an additional player, that might not be covered. So I guess both can go to hell. There's just no 100% answer there. At least that's how I feel. And so assuming we were to watch the entire 90 minutes of a game, which, by the way, off stream I did sometimes, if it didn't work. In these situations, sometimes you notice stuff like, at this corner, this tactic is employed right now, and this is why that stuff might work and so on, or this might not work. Or you recognize, okay, we had one man missing in the back because they overloaded us on this side in this specific set piece situation. And then you can adapt it for the remainder of the game. But that's a lot of specific work that goes into the game, and in the end you are busy for 1.5 to 2 hours for a single game, and I don't know if this constitutes as fun. I guess it can be, but it's the same with the general tactics. Do you really want to watch 90 minutes of football on Football Manager? Especially on stream, this is borderline impossible. With comprehensive highlights, I'm already at the very high end for streamers with this stuff. So I don't know how to go about things there. Maybe we can do throw-ins on the attacking side now. So I guess this is fine, these are decent passers. For him to lurk outside the box is a waste, but it's not like he can do much else. Where's our right defender? 2, 4... Yeah, the right defender's missing. I knew how to fix this, give me a second. This is due to loaded routines. No, go away. We will reset this to default, and then we will do it all over again. So, for him to mark the keeper, that's alright. He's horrible. Yeah, that's concerning too, sure. So whatever set piece you take, you want to make sure that you don't concede on the counter. And that might be really boring, a really boring style of play. But for Yitter Hawkdals, I think, I went with a lot of controlled possession set pieces, because they were, well, for 2 seasons with Yitter Hawkdals, we had Ishak Al-Holmström up front. Ishak Al-Holmström was a tower with 18 or 19 jumping reach, 10 points of heading, and 12 or 13 points of strength. So we just peppered him with everything we had. Set piece situation or no set piece situation. And that worked. So that's okay. If you've got somebody like this, sure, go for the best header and do that. Or if you have somebody with a really wonderful long shot, for example, and great technique, I don't know, some absurd player that is capable to score a screamer from the edge of the penalty area every single time, sure, include that. But otherwise, just retain possession, and I guess don't risk it. And sometimes that's okay. But in this situation, for example, I'm not sure what to do with it, because he's got decent strength and jump. Well, the jumping is not that great though. So to challenge the keeper here is probably viable for him. The central defenders might be okay up front too. He isn't. I don't know what to do with him. Attack the ball off the edge of the area? Sure as hell not. I guess lurking outside the area is the best we can do. Yeah, maybe, but it's the same with me. So this is why I'm trying to do it on stream. I gotta assume some responsibility, I guess. He's not great to come short. Lurking outside the area is not an option for him. Let's stay back with everybody. With him for sure. They cannot all stay back. Okay, great. So he will take it. I think these guys are passing options, that's okay. To a degree at least. That said, Ryan Gibson is a Metzala? No. He's not a great finisher though. Yeah. So Ryan Gibson is one to lurk. We can agree to that, right? The defensive midfielder is no good at it. So he can stay back, that's his main job after all. Same for Jamie Roberts. The central defenders not so much, they don't need to stay back. We can have them at the near post and the far post. I'm not aware of the difference between the... Well, I realize what it means, attacking and lurking. But... say we have them lurk here. It doesn't matter. They're no good at it. He's no good at all. The best we can do is lurk outside the area for him. I guess he can try to dribble down the wing. So that's an option. So we go with a short throw. Because, well, he's got long throws 1. So even the short throw might challenge him a lot. We have 2 players in the back. That's not great. But I guess it's alright. And we have the central defenders up front. To try to score. Can he attack from the edge of the area? I guess. Not that it makes it any better. So we'll try to do something like this. He can take a cross, he can take a pass. And they can shoot from the edge of the area. Is he any good at... Yeah, but somebody needs to come short, right? So I guess these 2 will do. I'm not very excited by this. This is... cautious. Short throw left. And we will have the same on the right. That's okay. There's not enough players on the pitch. Oh, football manager bugs. Alright. This is fine. He belongs in the back. He belongs here, he belongs here, he belongs here. He will look outside the area in this situation and he will come short, I think. Yeah, and he belongs in the back. And I will never go with stay back as if needed, because if needed is a highly subjective statement and I don't like what they do. And this is wrong. He needs to look. So to me, these 2 are, they cover somewhat. What happens time and time again is that these players might recycle possession. In fact, we might also go with something like this, but it's really risky. You might argue that this is stupid to have them up front here. They will not receive that many crosses. I don't know. Might be stupid. Also, we should probably save it like this. You know, actually include the short throw. Okay, I'm gonna do corners and then with free kicks I cannot abide this anymore. For corner taking, on the right side, oh, we didn't set up set piece takers, did we? The best corner taker we have is Shea Kirk. That says a lot about the squad. And Morgan James, no way the central defender would take a corner. McIver, Jenkins. I guess Jamie Roberts will take the corners from the right. And from the left we will give it to whoever plays there. So that, or we give them all to... No, but there's nobody capable of taking corners in this squad. There's just no one. In fact, we could what we could do, we could not take the corners and go with... Yeah, why not do that? So we will assume corner taking is something that the squad is entirely incapable to do, and we will use the defenders to take corners on their respective sides. So at least they are in on the right wing, seen from that perspective. Same with Wiles here. Who's Alex McDowell. And we need the replacement for the right defender. It was something with A. Chris is there. There he is. So these are really horrible corner takers. Not that it matters much. We will pair them for corner taking. They will take a short corner every single time, and we will pair them with their respective wingers. So the winger is not that good at crossing. Doesn't matter though. We just want to retain possession and recycle possession out here. That's all we want to do. Forget about far post here. He can mark the keeper. They can be up front. That's okay. And the rest can remain in the back. And they will lurk outside the area. Like this. He's horrible at it. Can he? He's even worse there. Okay, why not? Sure, let's save this routine. Oh. And we will do the same on the left. Because, really, he's absolutely incapable to take a corner. And none of these players have decent crossing. So why even try? You're right. Yes, you are right. Thank you very much for mentioning this. Yes. There's no use in marking the keeper. Sure, the keeper will have no job there. There's no ball to be claimed, if I can help it. So there's no use marking the keeper and challenging him. He can do whatever he wants. And we can have a similar argument about this guy, Morgan James. No, Morgan James might be okay. He might receive a cross. But at the far post, this is highly unlikely. But maybe it distracts a player. I don't know. I don't want to put him in the back. That doesn't make much sense. And going forward in general is just a waste of resources. They need some instruction, I think, especially on this level. So, but this is better, yeah. You're right. At least I think so. So, where's the left? There he is. Wonderful. He might dribble with the ball. He's a right-footed player after all, so he might dribble with the ball. Why not? This is rubbish. He can lurk outside the area. He can attack from deep. I tended to do that. And then I realized that sometimes it's... How do I put this? It just depends on what you have available to you, right? So he's no use in the middle anyway. I guess in that sense it makes a lot of sense, yes. The problem is if we actually want to do short corners, we usually will have somebody here that will close him down, and then it's a waste of resources. But on the other hand, as long as we do not concede, maybe sometimes we can recycle possession here. And for them all to lurk, that's totally fine. And for him to attack from the edge of the area is fine too. I want to save this. Definitely not. It's all corners. No idea why this is part of the name. I guess I did that. I want to look at something though. Say Toby Yates is not on the pitch, but Cloyd is. Once Cloyd is on the pitch, oh, he's not bad at it, attacking from the edge of the area. Apparently this doesn't require a lot of physical attributes. And he's got decent jumping, so I guess that's a thing. Why not? And now I will probably not do the defending, because I hate to do that. That seems... That's fine. That's okay. That's fine too. Well, to a degree at least. We will just keep them. That's okay. Free kick defending. Oh. Yeah. So these are still okay. On the attacking side... On the attacking side, we need to set up set-piece takers for free kicks. They are all utter rubbish at taking free kicks. Every single one of them. So I guess that settles it. Ryan Gibson is our free kick taker going forward. For whatever reason. Ryan Gibson will do them all. He's a central midfielder, so he can be replaced, in tactically speaking. He doesn't need to be somewhere on the pitch other than taking the free kick. So Ryan Gibson will take them all. Until we sell him. No, there's no selling. Until we are forced to sell him. And then Kirk will not play anytime soon. So let's put Ryan Gibson here on all of these. At least we have some consistency afterwards. So that's also a big problem to me. You usually want a set-piece taker that is capable, and you want one that is reliable and on the pitch all the time. And that's just really hard to come by, especially in lower leagues. Alright, free kick taking. So Ryan Gibson takes a free kick. Makes the set on anyway. There's not much to do here. These go forward. These two are horrible at tapping the ball in. But I guess they could try. He can attack from the edge of the area. I guess that's a bit... Pfft. Yeah, why not? So, I guess something like this. This basically says we don't know how to score after a free kick. So, I don't know. Either you score a direct free kick or whatever. He's on no specific instructions, he will stay back. And I want the wingbacks obviously to stay back all the time. And in case the central midfielder is not the one to take the kick, I want him to stay back too. So that's alright. No, I'm doing this all over again, am I? Okay. He will stand with the taker. He will lurk outside the area. I guess he can remain outside. This is alright. He can attack from the edge of the area. He can lurk. He'll do the near post and he'll do the far post. And instructions are none to speak of, so we save this and that's it. Next. There's a small chance of a shot. So with the hawk tiles, we went with short. In this situation, we can give an instruction here. I guess the first thing that we need to determine is there a way that we can score? Is there a strength in the squad that we have? So, given that he's a horrible free kick taker and has no crossing to speak of, his passing is okay though. So I guess he can play a pass? He can play a pass. What kind of passing do we want him to do though? Oh, that's the wrong. Here we go. He can do long passes or one for the... But the near post is a cross, right? Yeah. Cross towards center is not an idea. Far post is not an idea. That's too far off. Best header is not a good thing. That would imply some crossing. So it's either long ball or short ball. And the long ball I think just goes outside most of the times, which is not that bad. At least you don't concede on these. But considering this, we don't have, well, we have players that are rather pacey, but they are horrible goal scorers. So let's not do this. We'll go with the really, really boring option with this one. Striker can attack from the edge of the area. He will remain in the back. I will just slap them in here for a second. He definitely needs to stay back. For him to lurk outside the area is fine. The defensive midfielder can lurk outside the area too. There's a player missing, is there? There's a player missing. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why does this happen? Short. We want them to stay in the back, that's okay. He can lurk. He can lurk. One of them can stand with the taker, not that it matters much. I guess he should he? Yeah, so the guys that remain outside the area, they are more or less passing options and that's it. They are not ones to take a good pass though. And he will attack from the edge. So I did this a little bit different. Yeah, cool. Cautious, short. This was left. And on the right, short. He attacks from the edge of the area. And the other central midfielder stands with taker. These two lurk. Not that it matters much. In case he's not capable, he will stay back. This will be here, this will be here. That's it. Seriously. Alright. Indirect wide. Oh, there's all the players on the pitch. Great. So they're instructed to do this in a short manner, that's okay. But the setup though is a bit all over the place. I guess he can stand with taker. If he could, that would be great. These two can go forward and he's not a great lurker. So I want him to stay back in this situation. At least for us. Oh, come on. Here you go. And he will do a short pass. My biggest problem with all of the set piece taking is that the players get lost and you can throw it all out. Once you change tactics, you gotta do all of them by hand in game. It's really annoying. I never got it to be you know, load all the set pieces from the other instructions and do them in the other tactic. That never worked for me. They were jumbled all over the pitch immediately. And all of a sudden one of the strikers tries to be a runner and one of the defenders tries to be striker or something in a set piece situation. Okay. He would need to go to the back. There it is. Stay back, please. He's one to lurk instead. He's one to stay back. Edge of the area is fine. He's okay here. He's okay here. He can lurk outside the area. And the central midfielder stands with taker. There we go. That's a bit better. Save this too. Yeah, and for wide options, usually you'd go with a cross, but we just don't have anyone that's a decent crosser, so forget about it. And then we have a short variant from deep too, I think. We'll just do the same here. There's a player missing. Oh. If this oozes fun, yeah, you're probably right about that. But I guess we can be happy once it pays off, right? If that does. That's fine here, that's fine here. He will take short ones. We will have them lurk outside the area. We will have him attack the ball from the edge of the area. He will not go forward in other situations. Yeah, that's it. Save this as cautious short left. And we will do another here, reset it all, because, well, players get lost apparently. Short. They will lurk. He will be here. He will attack from the edge of the area, because I wanted him to lurk. Where's the midfielder? He's here. That's fine. That's all good. He stands with taker, he goes up here, and he remains in the back. Are the others specifically instructed to remain in the back? Now they are. Alright. There we go, and now we save it all. That should do. Hey, you get faster with that kind of stuff every single time. Apparently we brought in yet another squad player as a playmaker option, so I guess that one comes in as an important player. And Chris Doran comes in as, well, a youth option. So maybe one of the playmakers needs to go down. So he's up here immediately. He's more of a deep lying playmaker, I think. That said, he should be rather good at it. And for some reason... Oh, fuck me. He's a good free kick taker. Seriously? It's not that horrible, is it? We just gotta switch the free kick taker and the one that stands with taker. For every single set piece. He needs to be registered. Yeah. Great. He's the better one of the two. So, say Gary Bryan is on the pitch, which just might happen given his overall skill set. Then at this point we can probably agree that we will play with a deep line playmaker most of the time. To cross less often is fine for him. Shoot less often too. Dribble less, I'm not so sure. How's his dribbling? His dribbling is okay. So let's not dribble less. Okay. So I gotta go back to set pieces here. To the free kicks. Yeah, this is wrong now. He can remain in the back. And he needs to stand with taker. They lurk. What? But we instructed Gary Bryan to take the free kick just now. What is happening? Okay, forget about it. We will do it after the game. That's the important scouting report. That's a lot of stuff. Let's look at the... Oh, we don't have a data hub. Okay. So... they play a 4-4-2. They are rather slow. At least he is. Same as him. So the strikers are not that fast. This is good. And it feels like they are not good finishers either. Famous last words, you know. Williams here is a decent passer, but we can stand on his foot. So Logan Williams needs to be man-marked, I guess. And Mr. Cook here. Looks like a decent passer with... he's okay. But the same can be said for him. We can probably stand on his foot too. And we've got two players here that can man-mark, so I guess that's okay. These are rather fast. But not good cross. He's not a good crosser. And Mr. Toker here is rather slow for a winger. That's more of a wide midfielder. Yeah, it says here. And then we have no-nonsense fullbacks and no-nonsense centre-backs, which means that we will face a lot of long balls. If I interpret this correctly. So what kind of tactic will we face here? Yeah, exactly. This is Scottish football, if I can phrase it like this. It's okay. So we will face a team that plays destructive football with long balls all the time. At least that's what we expect them to do. Which means for us, we'll try to bait them. On the other hand, this is a home game, so maybe we'll go with the attacking formation, but I didn't do set pieces for the attacking formation right now. And I'm not sure if we're the better team. Remember, we are considered to go down, so 1 point is fine. I'll live with 1 point, not a problem. And then, now that we have an additional playmaker, maybe McIver might even be the one to go down to the U19. I think he belongs there at this point. And we will need to redo the mentoring groups, but it feels like we're finally getting to a result. And maybe get the squad down to 25 players or something. I think 18 is a bit low, but this is due to the fact that I would also include the youth players and so on. Some of these might stay up. Given that this is a non-contract league, yeah, I don't care. This was all about the scouting, about the loan options here. Lime Robinson, he's a recommendation, so I guess he can come in for trial. Even though I don't think we need a right back right now. Chris Hewitt, 19-year-old, 12 on ball. I don't like the trade, so I will not include him. Thank you very much. And Elliot Austin. That looks like a decent keeper. But we have decent. Well, not on this level though. But I do not think we want him right now. We might need a keeper later on. There is a player on the shortlist that was... Why is there... Oh, this is the young candidates shortlist. This is not the one though. Yeah, that's better. So, I added a player to the shortlist last time out. Morgan Moody. Yeah. He's available. but he didn't join his club long. I want to bring him in under any circumstance. Due to the personality. He needs to be registered, so we will do that. Where is he? There he is. Okay, okay. And now we will see how training goes, and then... I like this actually. So I think there's an option for them to switch automatically. They will play the same role basically, but they might switch, which might confuse man marking. And they are not great at anything, neither of them, other than running. So they might as well switch sides from time to time. So maybe we include that. Huh. They are. Dylan Morgan is on his way to be sold within Sweden. Let's see where this goes. So he didn't want to join us. They accepted loan as well as transfer offers for him. I don't know what's going on at Jeder Hochdals, but who cares? It's not our problem anymore. Dylan Morgan though I would like to have. On the other hand, we have alternatives now and he's 25, so times change. Yeah, well. They specifically thought that the new manager is better than us at Jeder Hochdals. So I guess now they can reap the rewards. And this is what you get for it. And Morgan moves to Stocksund. Great. He'll come back to England at some point. Which reminds me, or to Wales in that case. But which reminds me, I want to have a look at the scouting knowledge. I think Mr. Rancic, so our character, might have started with the Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds a bit weird. But we should have some scouting knowledge in Wales now. Which is good. I like that. So just to state this once more, My expectation is to not get relegated this season. It's a bit off, I think. I stopped watching Bundesliga and second Bundesliga, which I did all the time in weekends, because, well, I do streaming now. And also, to be perfectly honest, so we have a TV here, but I didn't want to pay Sky. And given that Bundesliga is all on Sky these days, or it has been for a while, I do not want to install Sky Go on this computer, since I reinstalled the operating system. So all of a sudden I don't watch football anymore, and that's been like this for the last few months. So I'm aware of most of the players, I guess, and circumstances of most of the clubs. But for example, I stopped watching the games by VfB Stuttgart. I was born there. Like once they released Sven Mislintat. Afterwards, it basically went down with the firing of Pellegrino Matarazzo there. Yeah. That sounds horrible. Also, I wasn't even aware that Papadopoulos still exists. He's in Dortmund in the B team? He will probably have retired. Oh, it's a different one. Okay, never mind. We're not talking about that. Was he at Leverkusen or something? We're not talking that guy. Ha! There's the bot. And I was just wondering if there's a new follower. Nope. So I instructed the chatbot to do this only once in a while. Okay, yeah, I don't know about that guy. So maybe he deserves some time on the pitch, at least in Football Manager. But tactically speaking, that doesn't sound like a sound decision. They loaned him. Dylan Morgan got loaned to IFK Stockton. And there's another offer for Morgan James. But we offered him a new contract. He's a star player with us. So I guess he can remain here. Hopefully. Kyle Grosset. He's... we brought him in to have a look if the old guy can make an appearance, but he's fast, but at this point I don't think we need him. Ivan Jones. I'm not opposed to the idea, but we have enough wingers at this point. Same with him. Good acceleration there. Lucas Thomas. Not horrible, but horrible on a technical level. I don't care about Colvin Bay. This was just a... I think I managed them too. They were in an English league, were they? They are in Wales now. Well, I guess they were in Wales all the time. Let me Google that. So obviously this is a city in Wales, or a town or whatever. Didn't they play in Vanarama or something? Yeah, exactly. I think I managed them in Football Manager back when they were in Panorama North or South or whatever. I guess it's South. Okay. Well, we got so much in common. Oh, alright. So I guess this is the level that we are dealing with then. They are? I'm not sure how this works really. I would need to read up on this. To me this is all some sort of absurd okay. Yeah, okay. But they get included in the league anyway? Due to why is that? I guess they want to be, or what's the... If they're not located in a region, why do they stand a chance to play there? Press conference it is. I guess there's historical reasons for everything. Yeah, Nathan Terrell has been... Whatever, he's around. Definitely not. He will play the senior team. Most likely. Lol. Apparently, he's not considered good enough for the first team. Yeah, well, that happens. Doesn't matter much. Apparently his face shows up here now. He was on trial with us. There's no complaints to speak of. So we are very happy to have Martin here. And now we go to the match, hopefully. Maybe look at training performances first. But there probably won't be big surprises there. Oh, okay. And now they sit in Wales, but brought in whatever there was available in England. Okay. Interesting. I've never been to Wales or to England for all that matters. In 2003, yeah. It's been a while. I guess I would need to read up or experience the just the area to get a feeling for what it's like there. You know, Total Network Solutions FC. He's on a new contract. I guess I encountered them in FM, so at least I'm aware of that. Not much else though. Alright, Harry Martin has a wonderful training performance, so we praise him. Say Melina. That's it. No great performances otherwise. I don't think Elena will play. Wilds might play, Mr. Kick Grenade might play. Well, from the bench that is. So, bench options. We needed an additional striker. I think so much is clear. Mr. Kick Grenade deserves to be on the pitch. At some point. How's his training rating? It's horrible. So I guess Tumulty goes off and Mr. Kick Grenade comes on, even though Tumulty is... We could use him as a striker too, but he's no good at it. Sorry about that. So I guess Yates and Cloyd come with us. Cloyd trains well, Yates not so much. So we'll start with Cloyd and bring Yates on in case it doesn't work. Then we need a central defender, we need somebody to cover for the left wingback position and the right wingback position. Probably not Jenkins right now. Owen didn't train well. Did Adair do any better? Not really, but I'd rather go with Adair in this situation. Now we need a central defender and a central midfielder. So central defender, that's an easy one. It's either Jones or Thomas. 6.6 rating. Luke Thomas is on a 6.05, so apparently Sam Jones makes an appearance, at least on the bench. And then we have somebody in midfield. So Jenkins would be an option. 6.8 is not too bad. Michael Kelly would be an option. He didn't train well though. MacGyver, don't think so. I do not want to bring Kirk along. And Morgan Owen, well, no. So, I guess we go with Michael Kelly anyway. And if we realize that the youth players will not play here, we just drop them down one level. That's it. Alright, game's coming up. Let's see if we can get a result. So against a 4-4-2, we should probably look into their defensive row and the central defenders in particular, and see which of our strikers is better suited for this kind of game. Maybe we can find a difference there. Say they are really slow, so well, that doesn't matter. We don't have a fast striker. But, you know, if one of them is really bad at something, maybe we can mark him tightly and play off his shoulder most of the time. Okay. Maybe it has to do with travel and so on. Because if they were to play within England, they would need to travel all the way through England, and that's really expensive. Usually there's reasons like this. So maybe they, I don't know, had special circumstances that allowed him to play within Wales because it's much closer. Travel costs can eat up a club pretty fast. Yeah, it's just a guess. I have no idea. But I'm very aware of what travel can cost. Haven't been a football manager-sided manager for Jytte IK for the last few years. They travel a lot. Yeah, it is. So we are expected to draw. No specific expectations for the match, otherwise. John Gilmore apparently had a good training performance in the U19. Great. I see, yeah. I can see the appeal, definitely. Shay Kirk is very awkward in his new position. Well, we consider him a ball-winning midfielder for the future. As a 20-year-old, maybe he can get used to the position. Toby Yates is not a great passer, and he doesn't think it's viable to learn this. So we will give him another training, I guess. What's he bad at, though? I guess dribbling is okay. Is this Kemohan Bubayer, maybe? Strictly Northern Irish. No idea how to pronounce this. So he doesn't like the standard of the strength coaching. You and me both. Great. Nathan Giller is unhappy with the standard of the strength coaching. Cardini can be removed from the shortlist. I didn't want him anyway. Yeah, but I don't speak, you know. I'm aware that there are very different cultural backgrounds on that island, or those islands overall. But I'm not too familiar with all of them. He's always wanted by somebody. Morgan James will not be with us at the end of the season. Kevin. Let me go back to this. Okay, I'm not so sure what to make of this, but let's go to the game. No, let's not talk about names for another half an hour, even though that's probably part of Football Manager. Alright, we have an assistant manager and all of a sudden we have tactical instructions. Mr. Huge and Mr. Francis are really slow. At least he is. He's got decent pace. The rest of them not so much. That's okay. So I don't think it's viable to go with a specific marker here. No, he has decent positioning and marking though, so he might make up for it. Team selection. I do not think we need to pass into space in this circumstance. Yes, Cloyd can play, why not? We will see soon enough. And we will do the low block. They should play in some sort of park the bus style. So we will try to bait them. Get them out of defense. I don't know if this is a good idea, but we'll try to. And if this ends up as a 0-0, whatever, as a draw, that's fine. Apparently we need numbers. Okay, give them numbers. They don't really agree with the team sheet. Why not? Well, I do. There might be a slight problem with training performances and the assessment of however they performed. So let's see. There we go. And this is a home game, so I will try to raise expectations once more. If they feel pressured, well, we can still encourage them in the game. Hopefully nobody nervous. Mr. Cake Grenade is on the pitch. And against a 4-4-2, let's just look at this for a second immediately. Williams and... I forgot the position instructions, did I? I forgot the position instructions. As usual. So, I think we talked about this though, previously. He's a decent passer, but has no good off-the-ball movement. He needs to be man-marked. If we can help it. Also... So that's Logan Williams, that's the right side, this is the side of our playmaker. That's okay, we can deal with that. And here's Mr. Cook. Not a strong guy. He's got decent off-the-ball movement and not so great passing. I'm not sure what to do with him, probably close him down, maybe trigger the press on him. Hopefully that works. Toker here. What's the instruction? To mark him tightly. I guess that can work, yes. He's not that fast. So to mark him tightly would force him into air duels. He's not a good off-the-ball. Well, his off-the-ball movement is okay-ish, but not great. So marking him tightly might work. And then in midfield here, Liam Williams, he's really fast. So tight marking is not a good... On the other hand, he's got really bad off-the-ball movement. To me, that's a case of a hard tackle. Because I don't know if I want to mark him tightly or not. But he's not very good. From the physical side. And the rest of them, I don't want to instruct anything specifically, I think. But we'll wait until this is through. And then maybe we play through the middle of the pitch. Is this what it looks like? To not push up high? To give away some space? Well, the long ball appeared, so that's okay. And we will go through the middle of the pitch. And they are instructed to drop off more. So I don't know. Yeah, it's the wrong club. This is Taffs Well. But maybe they will form a friendship or something. That was Cloyd. By the way, we witnessed one of the set pieces here. The defending for the set pieces. Well done by Mr. Cake Grenade. I don't think that will be possible. Cook with a long shot. We face the second long shot of the game. Roberts. Not bad. Mr. K grenade. Long ball towards Cloyd. What's this? Not a problem for Cloyd. But Logan Williams seems to be injured now. Bryn. Yeah, well, the yellow card didn't appear though. That free kick didn't go anywhere. McDowell. It's not Bryn, it's Byrne. Is it? Gary Byrne. McDowell. Not a bad effort. Duggan. That was a hopeful effort. And we should probably encourage the team. They don't seem very confident here. That's better. Roberts, Mr. K grenade, Byrne. Roberts, James. Long ball by James. Quite contrary to tactical instructions. Byrne. Nice penetrating pass towards Cloyd, who doesn't manage to control the ball. What a chance that would have been. I guess it probably won't be all of the time, that's for sure. It won't be all of the time. Sometimes you might be wrong, same as everyone else. But it feels to me like it's a particular challenge to do that in foreign languages. Oh, well, obviously you are perfect. Obviously. Mr. Cake Grenade runs with the ball. We can clearly see his pace here. Well, at least we had a chance to see it. The trainer doesn't pick up the ball. Nice defending. Martin. Feldstad. Long ball and, well, Cloyd was asleep apparently. So, not a chance. Roberts doesn't win the duel. Williams, and that's a corner. If you say so. Oh, that's well defended by James. But I don't think we are in control of the game. Duggan with a decently dangerous header. James, Cloyd. Nice pass by Cloyd towards Trainer. Oh. He could do better. Let's encourage them prior to taking the corner. Maybe we can get a result. So, this is the new corner routine. Let's see where this goes. That's not a short pass, sir. Gibson, yeah, shitty ball control is all over this team. I noticed that a lot of times too. Oh, seriously? That's not a great impact. Davies. And a long shot. We give away too many balls. Feldstad with the long ball. Will Davies? No. It looked like it could be a corner for a second, but it isn't. Byrne. Roberts. Mr. Cake Grenade. Runs down the wing. Byrne again. It doesn't feel that wide. Mr. Cake Grenade. Not a goal. Trainer, that's a penalty, is it? No. It's a clean tackle, apparently. I'm not so sure. And now we face the counter. Wow, what a save by Coleman. And what a shot.
Thanks for the follow.
Yeah, thank you very much, and welcome to the stream. I don't think it was that hard of a foul, but I think one could have argued that this is a penalty. It's hard to tell in Football Manager though, is it? Yeah, that's okay so far. So, looking at this, they had really low-grade chances. With the exception of that long shot. On the other hand, Coleman had a chance to fly really nice. In a nice fashion. So, I guess, nicely it is. Martin. Trainer. Come on, Mr. Trainer. It's probably Trainer. This. Yet another offside by Cloyd. I guess he's happy to play, but Burn. Nothing. Nothing. Roberts. Burn. Gibson. Gibson towards Mr. Cake Grenade. And he goes for the shot. But it was offside anyway. McDowell doesn't use the short option. Burn, not offside. Burn, nice cross. Nope. Still nobody available for the crossing. So, overall this is a really horrible game. I like this. I guess we can be happy with the performance. At least I am, because we are destined to go down, so destructive football is fine. Doesn't matter much. And I will not hate on anyone in particular. Oh, apparently you chat a lot, because the bot came around once more. If this is annoying to you, Mo, I can just reduce the time for the stream sticker stuff. I think I set it to 1 hour though or something, or half an hour, something like this. Half an hour and at least 20 messages or something. So, yeah. Not sure how to do these things going forward. Williams. But there was some good, yes. And Coleman can finally get into shape. Burn. Burn. Nope. Mr. Cake Grenade. On the wrong wing. For him anyway. Nice chip. Cloyd. What a header. That would have been a chance. Jones. Hanbury. Blocked by James. Who was to blame due to lose that guy in the first place, right? Toker, Martin, Burn. Wrong direction. That could have been a great counter situation. And that's a chip from deep towards Coleman. Not a problem for him. Toker, Cook. That's dangerous. Mr. Cake Grenade was there though to clear the danger. For now, that is. Cross from deep. And a decent header. We don't look that well here. It feels like they increased the pressure. Davies. Francis. Davies. Hanbury. Crossbar. Burn. Mr. Cake Grenade again, and nothing comes of it. So, is there anyone that doesn't do well? Feldstedt doesn't do well so far. It also feels like the short passing might be a bit of a problem. Say we pass into space, forget about playing through the middle, who cares? They're both called Williams and have a first name with an L. It's Logan Williams and Liam Williams. Wonderful. Not to be confused at all. Hanbury. Not an offside. And a wonderful save by Coleman. I expected this to be offside. Apparently it wasn't. But looking at this now, they push up really high, right? That's well defended so far. Nice ball. Now, Mr. Cake Grenade, what can you do with it? Well, nothing. He makes a clearance because there's nowhere to go and he was closed down by 4 people. Jones with a cross. Toker, it's in. Okay. So, we need to change something here. I think we can keep the rolls, more or less. But we need to go with the overlap and given that Cloyd is, well, he's got decent jumping and heading, to be fair. Yates doesn't. I guess, I think we saw that coming in the second half. Straight from a performance perspective, but I don't know why. Is there something they did? It's still a 4-4-2. And in this case we just lost to a cross. And McDowell didn't win his duel. So now we're trying to go with attacking football. Whole shape is wrong here. I want to counter, always. Yeah, I think so too, yeah. So, the high pressing is definitely a thing. And we play with a low tempo because, well, the passing is really bad in this squad. Nice ball. Not... There's no comment on this, is there? Feldstedt with a long ball. That's just accidental. Don't tell me that this is purely accidental. This was entirely lucky. I think the first touch was with the back of his head or something. It was entirely lucky. He didn't deserve to control that ball, and the defender was highly confused by that first touch, I think. At least that's how I interpret it right now. Roberts, we will stay with the attacking though. For now. At least I'll try. McDowell. Martin doesn't go for the tackle. And we face another corner. So, the low tempo is a problem. Tempo is slightly higher here. I'm not sure if they can pull it off though. Well done. Byrne manages to keep possession. Byrne with a free kick. Not one for James this time. McDowell. Nice one. Oh, Feldstedt. What a chance. Davies. And Duggan with the finish. Coleman didn't look good. He just didn't do his job. Well, it's not like we have a chance. We have a choice now. We do from bench perspective up. We have options here. So Trainer doesn't have a great game. I guess Tumulty can come on. The central defenders don't look that great either. So Feldstedt, I guess, can come on here. We are not playing possession now. We could try to work the ball into the box. Yeah, I think so. Yes, it is. So maybe we can stick with the attacking mentality overall, but to retain possession maybe is a good idea. So is there anyone else that needs to make an appearance? Harry Martin doesn't have a great game either. I don't know why. Overall, he should be a decent central, a decent, defensive midfielder. Words are evading me right now. For some reason, Cloyd is not that bad up front. I don't think Yates needs to be on the pitch. And Logan Williams is still on the pitch for some reason. He needs to go off. But they didn't substitute a single player just yet. So, is there anyone that's tired? Yeah, central defense is tired. They will just get substituted though. Cloyd is not a strong guy. Yates is though. We'll bring him on. And I guess I'll try to put him on the heels of the slow player. I don't know if this was Francis or the other one though. It's not Francis, it's Hughes. So if we the idea here is that he sticks close to that central defender who is not that capable to cope with him running. That's the idea. It might work, it might not. The first half certainly didn't say there will be 3 goals in this game. Run at defense is highly specific with dribbling and so on. Let the tactical instructions go through. And maybe I will look into their tackling. So, let's see. Connor Davies has really good tackling. Francis has really good tackling. Hughes has really good tackling. And Jones has really good tackling. So say we run at defense. Not yet though. The problem is we have decent dribbling but not great dribbling. So to run at defense, we're basically rolling the dice. I feel like in minute 65 this is a bit early, is it? to run at defense and roll the dice on a foul or two. That's not well defended by Roberts. Jones is there. What's up with McDowell? Yeah, yeah, probably. Come on, McDowell, do your job. Tumulty. Oh, there's the trade. Duggan smashes the crossbar again. We're lucky to be in the game. So, do we have... Stop continuing. He's not a great runner. He's a good tackler, but really horrible otherwise on the defensive side. Michael Kelly is a decent passer, not a decent runner. He's better. Gibson, not a great dribbler, but we could bring on Michael Kelly, for example. He's more of a passing option though, not sure if this is a good idea. Given the performance by McDowell though. Well, we will run at defense. And we will be more expressive, I think. Because we need to create chances and for now we don't. Work ball into the box didn't work. We'll do the other way. We'll go with all-out attacking football. Who cares? For the remaining 20 minutes, let's roll the dice. And he's a slightly better crosser, I think. So we will bring him on. And then there's one more substitute to be made. Ryan Gibson is nervous, so I guess Ryan Gibson can come off, and Michael Kelly can come on for him. Michael Kelly is not a great Metzola. Yeah. But, you know, usually it works the same way, it ends up the same way. That said, I want this to be part of the mentality of this club. Because, they didn't take the shots so far. Byrne. James. Roberts. Byrne. Come on, man. Byrne. Roberts. Cross. Not one for Kelly to pick up. Wilds. He's fresh on the pitch. On attack duty. Not a penalty. Only a corner. The problem with our corner takers is, well, you saw it. Oh yeah. But the corner taking instructions are not active here. So there's nobody out there for the short version. Wilds towards Martin. Byrne. Byrne. With a long shot. At least that's something. Fowler with a long ball, well intercepted by Wilds. Come on, push forward. Push. He'll go with the shot, of course he does. We instructed him to shoot on sight. So, we're trying. Byrne, Roberts, James, Jones. Interesting long ball. Not a good option though. Fowler dribbles with the ball. Duggan wins the duel. Jones. Wilds. 15 minutes to go, plus stoppage time. Wild through the middle of the pitch. Yates, Martin. Martin with a penetrating pass. Jones, and we have a corner. And all of a sudden there's a few substitutes. Alright, let's see what they did. So, 2 new central defenders and... Well, now we're in a pickle. Because the central defenders are fresh. He's a good tackler. A good marker, has good positioning. He's a good central defender, but he's really slow. And Eddie Jones. Oh no, it's not Eddie Jones, it's Downs. It's this guy. Really slow too. Yeah. We overlap on one wing. I think we will overlap on both. Now. Maybe give him another duty. And given their lack of pace, I think passing into space is a thing here. The be more expressive is a bit much, but it might create some chances. Also, I'm really annoyed by the fact that I need to go into this menu separately, so let's put him on attack duty too, even though he's not great at it. We just want additional... Yeah, so it's fairly wide already. This is fine. Let's see. Yes, it is. They are not good long shots. Jones. Oh, that nearly crossed the line. So close. Wilds. Kelly. Jones. Roberts defended within the opposition's area. Wilds. That's a penalty. I will immediately take off the shoot on side and go with work ball into box going forward to retain a bit more possession. Because the penalty, we should... Hopefully we score. Come on, man. You got this. Oh, it's Yates. It's in. It's in. We do not have great penalty takers, but apparently Yates converted this one. Well placed. So, that's okay for now. Yeah, not given expected goals, it's deserved to at least go with a draw. Davies, Kepner. That should be offside. Yes, it is. We don't have any substitutes left, do we? No. So, but there's nobody on a yellow card. Is it viable to praise them? I do not think so. Encourage probably works though. Yes, it does. Roberts with a throw towards Byrne. Kelly. He didn't take the shot. Should have taken the shot. Wilds, Martin. Byrne. Interesting pass. It's a free kick though. Offside. 5 minutes to go. It's a home game. We're trying to win this one. Wilds. Yates. Oh, come on, Yates. Seriously. That's not a finish. Jones towards Kelly. Byrne. James. Runs with the ball. The central defender. Roberts. Roberts with a... Yeah. An excuse of a cross, I think. Long ball by Mr. Cake Grenade. Doesn't end up with Yates though. Well intercepted. Hopper. Is this offside? It isn't. And Wiles is available to intercept the ball. Yates. Martin. Can he spot a pass? Apparently not. Not the one I wanted anyway. Byrne. Martin. Now with a long ball. Thomas Tumulty. Tumulty. Wiles. Kelly. Byrne. Yeah, we saw that coming, right? They're trying to work the ball into the box now. Kelly, Wiles, with a nice long ball that ends up with downs. Nobody ran for it. James doesn't win the header. He's tired, but there's no substitution available anymore. James, well defended. 3 minutes to go. That's alright by Coleman. Coleman doesn't have a great game, by the way. 6.5 now. We probably could have avoided one of these goals. Oh, Roberts is not the fastest guy. He intercepts that one though. Well done. Martin. Mr. Cake Grenade. Jones. Tumulty doesn't pick up that ball. Didn't look like he realizes where it goes. No block. Wiles. Tumulty wins the header. That's something. Another cross. And another great chance for Hopper. Kelly. Roberts. Roberts towards Byrne. Martin. Martin with yet another cross. That's the game. So we managed to salvage a draw. I guess that's something. But I think we were lucky. The result is okay. Seriously, as long as there's a point, I'm happy with it. Sure, 3 would be better. So that makes it 31 points until non-relegation. If I recall it correctly. Alright, press conference. He enjoyed a goal-scoring debut, well, from the penalty spot. It was from a penalty spot, right? He scored 1. Yeah, he scored 1. Yeah, I guess. It's okay-ish. Obviously, there's a lot to be desired for. For example, on the dynamics front, we need to improve. It's just due to squad size, so maybe I should get rid of some of the players that didn't play. This is, in particular, this might affect the two 17-year-olds that we played in central midfield for the first 2 games of the season. They might go down to the U19. Because we don't need them anymore, not right now, and we can just re-promote them in case we need them. But I'd rather have them out of the squad and have better dynamics, even though personalities in the first team are really horrible then. Well, we'll just see. Yeah, what about Gibson's debut? I guess I'm not that happy with that. I need a lot of things. The taller center backs, well, at least in this situation, yeah. I will need to look into this, into their strikers. But I think our center backs aren't that tall. The thing is, they have other strengths, right? Considering the likes of Hagedal or something. Hagedal is a really tall guy, but he wasn't great at defending overall. He was just a force to be reckoned. I think this is not a great debut. So, Sean Duggan has jumping reach 17. I guess your argument stands. On the other hand, how many of these strikers will we face within the league? Will they all be with jumping reach 17? And heading 9? It might be that this is the only one, so we need to see. Yeah. Sure. That might be a thing. But then we will probably have have them in a combination that's not in our favor. Yeah. I'm not opposed to the idea. Sure. In fact, let's have a look at this later on. There might be one that has good jumping reach within the squad already. He has? Well, in that case, let him play on. I'm happy with this, and that's it. Okay, so, but your point is valid. Let's see. James is a really good jumper, though. Jumping reach 16, he was forced with a guy with jumping reach 17. So... And for our level, this is not that fast. True. He's got... I guess he can improve a little bit. But I don't think there's much to be desired with the jumping reach of James. He needs to be a bit stronger. He might get there, though. And Sam Jones has not the same jumping reach, but similar, but he's not that strong. Is there anyone else? Well, Luke Thomas. Luke Thomas is not that strong and not that. He doesn't have that much reach in the air. So I guess we could try to find somebody with bigger jumping reach. I want to put these two to the U19 though. Immediately. Apparently this happens in within the chat. I wasn't aware. I thought this would be some sort of private stuff, so hopefully this is not too annoying to the stream. And I don't know if you've been around previously, but I included this because I thought it might be fun. And if I ever want to monetize this, I'd rather not go with very expensive stuff, but you know, with the small scale stuff. So my first idea was to put the prices to 5 bits. So basically more or less nothing, right? But I can only choose between 1 and 10. And if I choose 1 bit, then, well, you know, every other bot might come in and slap some giant sticker on the screen. I don't think that's good. So I went with 10. But it doesn't seem like there's any interest in it, so yeah. I'll just leave it included for a few months. Maybe there's some interest in it. And if you think this is, I don't know, stupid, maybe I will remove it going forward. I don't know. I just thought to myself, after defeating an opponent 3-0, a get wrecked sticker or, I don't know, something like this would probably be funny. So, we'll see. There are a lot though, by default. There are a lot. And they come with sounds. I don't know if I can I test this? I'm not sure. I think I can test this. Give me a second. I'll just show you if I can. Yeah, so where is it? It's here. I need to go to their dashboard though. So give me a second. If I can find it, that is. There it is. Here it should be. So I think I can demonstrate this. For example, something like this. In case we lose. Whatever. And I thought to myself, okay, this is funny. At least it might be to some of the watchers. So I can see why that is a nice addition. So that's why I decided to try this. And that stuff with the sticker party is if we ever get to... There's weird sounds outside. If we ever get to 1,000 bits, which is a lot of money, obviously, then there would be a 75-second period where you can slap just every sticker onto the screen. And there's a get wrecked, and there's all kinds of nice stickers, I think. Also, we can include our own. So I have no idea about how to do these, other than, well, of course, Photoshop and so on. And then we can upload these and slap them onto the screen with appropriate sounds. So yeah, I thought to myself, this is way nicer than chat emoticons, though. So even though I like you know, the additional smileys or whatever it is, and that's a nice way to do things, I thought stickers are more noticeable, I guess. And in case it gets annoying, we can just increase the prices, really. But it doesn't seem like it's annoying right now. So yeah, that's the idea anyway. It might be annoying pretty soon. I don't know. But I also thought to myself, say subscriptions, for example. Yeah, of course. Everybody wants everything free. True. So that's why I thought to myself, okay, if we want to, how do I put this? With gaming, there's a problem that you think to yourself, okay, he would play that game anyway, and that's not wrong. But there's expenses that come with playing stuff on stream, right? And the most obvious example, obviously, is electricity, but there's also stuff like hardware. That stuff goes down the drain at some point. And for example, in terms of, we talked about this, in terms of this hardware, I waste like one mouse every 1.5 years. So that's a business expense at this point. And if we can get a few cents for these business expenses, then that would be great, right? But it's not like I'm gonna be rich anytime soon from stickers or subscriptions or whatever. In fact, subscriptions are a bad trade, I think, because There's nothing you gain from a subscription that I am aware of other than getting rid of those damn ads. And 50% go to Twitch. So, yeah, I don't know. Would you really want to waste 50% of the money you want to go towards the streamer to throw this at Twitch? I don't think this is a good deal. So, if you want to get money to the streamer, you want to do, donations, the cheering and so on. But there's nothing that comes with that other than, emotional dividend. It's not even animated or something. So I thought to myself, okay, an 80-20 share for this sticker stuff, this looks fine. So they can get their share. There's a service provided, so in German you would say Wertschöpfungsprozess. I don't know the English word for that. But it creates value to a degree. And if you make that really cheap, well, then everybody can decide for themselves if they want something like this, but at least it provides something to everyone. So this is why I included it, for testing purposes, obviously. And I hope that makes sense as an explanation. Because I thought a lot about this. And on one hand, I do not want to suck money out of people. I'm really opposed to the idea. But on the other hand, if a few cents come over here and there, I would be fine with it. We do need... And if you have thoughts on that, please let me know. Seriously. Because feedback is really important. Okay. So I wanted to ask the board for an additional coach. And also a performance analyst. I will just bother them repeatedly about everything. Sports scientist too. There's no request for a coach just yet, is there? Well, we don't need another scout. Recruitment analyst? Why not? So the fitness coaches here look fine, more or less. Roderick Butler. I'll continue this. Okay, so the next game is against Landwood. I cannot pronounce this. Landwood Major, whatever. But I should probably... Okay. I should probably take a break though. Not a long one. Or I don't think a long one. But it might be more than 3 minutes. Oh, we can get a performance analyst now. Well, we have one. So I guess that makes it official. That's... Oh, we can have a second. Well, for some reason, I don't know if we need a second performance analyst though. On the other hand, why not? Maybe we find somebody with scouting knowledge somewhere. Yeah, but I need to find food, and I need to talk to my girlfriend for a few minutes. So I'll be back afterwards. I don't know. I guess let's do a break for food and so on. So be right back. Ads? Pringles ads? Well, I don't eat Pringles, so this is not condoned by me. I just pressed the button. I'm not responsible, and I just do that to get rid of the pre-roll ads. So don't blame me. That said, obviously I could avoid pressing that button, but then you will have ads coming into the stream, so I don't know what's better. I have no opinion on that. I don't suffer through either of them, and if I would, I probably wouldn't watch. So I guess, I don't know. Anyway, I found food. Lots of Pringles ads. By the way, I need to have a look. If chocolate is on the shopping list. Yeah, it is. Alright, Football Manager things. So, we need to talk to the players about last game, I feel. And we will start with Paul Coleman, who's in on loan. Oh yeah, we cannot give him an official warning, can we? He's not part of... Yeah, we need to buy him first. So we will just tell him that this was not good enough. That said, he had a few good saves, so that's okay. He didn't do that well. Tackling was decent there, so I guess we will praise the tackling. Pringles ads. Why Pringles though? Is this specific to you? Do you eat a lot of Pringles? And more importantly, is it localized? Do you get ads for, I don't know, American brokerage accounts or something like this? So stuff that is entirely unsuited to Germans or Austrians. Well, anyone in Europe really. I don't want to overdo it. His morale is okay. See, the jumping reach goes up by itself. We don't have to do anything about this. Okay, so you get entirely unsuited ads. That's great. Why not? I feel like this is way more interesting though than the ads that are appropriate for you, right? Stuff like, I don't know, here's an ad for some sort of medicine, which is not allowed in Germany, I think. Please talk about to your insurance about financing this and blah blah. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I do this too. His performance though, 6.7. That's not that great. Nothing to complain about though. For him, the 6.5 rating is not that great. He has an assist for some reason. Well, that must have been accidental. Oh yeah, that was that long ball, right? Yeah, that was absurd. And his passing wasn't good enough. So we'll tell him. Oh, he's in perfect morale though. Alex McDowell. I feel the left backs are not a great choice so far. He will have an official warning immediately. And he didn't create chances. So I guess that's part of his job, so we will tell him. He's not that easy to talk to. Harry Martin, 6.3 rating. I think this is enough for a 1-day fine. We'll fine him. His tackling wasn't good, his heading wasn't good, his passing was okay-ish. But overall, he didn't do a good job last time out. So we'll criticize his tackling just because we can. And he has good tackling, so I don't know why that is. Gary Byrne. He's even a decent corner taker. We gotta do them all over again. I will not do this today. I just don't want to. So I guess his free kicks are important to us. And if we can help it, he will play. He's got very low susceptibility to injury on top. Yeah. If we can help it, he will play. He's considered a squad player. I think this is one of the best players probably in the squad right now. Even though he came in late. They are all in perfect morale, nothing to do here. He might get an official warning though. 6.3 is enough for a 1-day fine, at least for me. I don't even know how they do it. I guess they fine him €2 or something. Mr. Kick Grenade had a decent game but not a great one. No creativity in it. So he might not play next game, I don't know. Kevin Trenner, he didn't have a good start, did he? Oh, passing was okay. Yeah, he's in perfect morale though because he started. And then there's Wayne Cloyd, who scored in probably the most absurd manner. Look at those headers though. Great job, man. But the heading wasn't good. And hopefully that's what's meant with leading the line. So let's see. Yes, apparently it is. At least he agrees to it. There's not much to tell about any of these. He didn't play, did he? Oh, he did. 10 out of 12 passes is not bad. Was it Adair that didn't play? Yeah, he was unused. But there's not much to tell about the others, is there? Toby Yates. He conceded. Well, he managed to get the penalty in. So I guess we can praise that. Yeah, but he was in perfect morale already, so doesn't matter. I think both. No, I don't think so. I think there were guides like do this first, do this later, because this has a greater effect. But the thing I realize is they agree to it the more. No, or they accept it the more that they agree to it, and they agree to it based on their hidden attributes. Sometimes they just accept stuff that is, let's say, up for debate, but they are professional enough to agree to it, unless they do not have the controversy. And sometimes they don't, because they are a bit, Antoine Pouget basically. That's not fair. He wasn't the worst of it. But they are very temperamental and outspoken and whatever. So they don't agree with you, even if you might have a point. But if you are 100% correct, so for example, no chances created, or your tackling is at 100%, they will usually agree to it. A role model for a Frenchman. But I'm not sure if there is a specific rule set about the order. I'm quite sure that there is a specific rule set about what's viable and what's not. And if somebody has a really good heading, for example, or so overall good rating in headers 1, just nail down that point in the conversation. Because if you praise him on the defending overall and he didn't do a single tackle, it can be all over the place. Maybe he thinks he should have done some tackles. And a similar argument can be made about chances created, for example. If you have a player that created 2 chances but provided no assists, is this good or is this bad? I don't know. So if I criticize him on the chances created, he might agree to it. Or if I praise him on the 2 chances created, even though nobody scored, well, he might not agree to it because nobody scored. So I'm not gonna go there. That's, at least for me, that's how I deal with it. And about the order, there's not much. I think I would probably see it from that perspective. Doing feedback on last game, you only can do that after last game. You can do feedback on training whenever you want to, once a week. But feedback on training gets really annoying. The feedback for last game doesn't get annoying. At least I don't think so. They are never annoyed by you saying, I will look. No, well, not that we know of. And his performances haven't been that great either. Well, it's the Hawk Dolls, so whatever. They will go down with the minimum amount of points. Look at that. They got thrown out of the cup. Ouch. Lost 0-3 against Kalmar. Most likely, yeah. So they go down. I can't see them staying up. They go down. And there will be a lot of unhappy players, and maybe then Dylan Morgan wants to come over. But not to us, probably. I would love to have a central defender that is somewhat reliable, like this guy. That will not happen anytime soon, though. Yes, they follow tradition. So then we can in I don't know. It might take them some time to get to non-professional status. I don't even know if this is a thing in Football Manager. Do they reduce professional status at some point? I don't know if they do. Oh, the transfer window closes at midnight. At the 2nd of September. Well, 1st of September, whatever. I think we can do with an additional wingback on the left side. Our 2 aren't that great. Ah, now I get it. Yeah, true. True. Very spooky. Let's see what scouting does. I don't think we gave them any specific instructions. So they do absolutely nothing. This one, for example, I don't think is viable. He will not play for us anytime soon. He's 17. That's a plus. But on the other hand, heading, marking, and tackling are good. He's under transfer bid by other clubs. Oh, he's wanted for loan. Yeah. So I'm not opposed to this guy in overall, but he's a bit slow. His mentals are a bit off. His positioning is a bit off. I wouldn't want to say he's bad. But also the physicals could be better for a central defender, right? He's young though. That's the way it is. So we will probably not be interested. Let me compare him to Sam Jones. No, not Sam Jones. I'm still in the process of confusing. It's Morgan James, is it? It's Morgan James. So Morgan James obviously is better overall. To be frank, I don't know what Morgan James does with us with this club. So I don't want him. And Liam Robinson, he's been with us for a while now. He should go down to the U19. It's 18, 20. "26 players in this squad. Is this too much? Maybe. I guess we can get rid of 2 strikers here. And Ned Brotherton I don't see making an appearance anytime soon. He gets worse and worse the more we look at him. But well, we have the problem with the domestic squad registration rules. If we get rid of all of them, we have problems signing new players. So I guess we could keep them for now. Does domestic mean Welsh? I think it does. There's a lot of Joneses and Jameses around here, by the way. I'm not sure if this is coincidence or something else, but there's a lot of them. Also, I'm gonna open up the window for a few minutes. It's really hot in here. So hopefully there will be no children's voices in the background. And if you hear a lot of children's voices in German, well, then you know where it comes from. Yeah, well, okay, there are some, but hopefully that's okay. Never mind. I'll just close it in a minute or two. So They have good attacking statistics. That's a problem. This is an away game, so we will definitely try not to concede. How is their squad in general? They play some sort of weird formation. It's that's an interpretation on your side though, is it? But now that you put it like this, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is I didn't do this. This is not my intent. It's a pure coincidence. Cameron Pooney is really dangerous. High quality creative from open play. Yeah, he's just fast. That's all there is to it. Off the ball movement is not that well, it's good for this level, I guess. It's not that great though. Joshua Chu. Okay. Hopefully we can find a solution for the puzzle. No, don't even go there. This is not a family-friendly stream, but it is family-friendly enough. Yeah, this is. I get the thought. Yes, the board matches my ambitions. They just don't agree to my proposals. Jamie Roberts is a bit slow. That's my biggest concern with him. Or, well, I guess it could be down to his mentals too. He needs positioning and marking. He's 32 though. That will not change by much. But he's the leader of the squad, so we will do it like this. Yeah, the board's ambition is wonderful. Now we just need to find another performance analyst or whatever it was that they allowed us to sign. Another performance analyst, yes. So I guess we're on the lookout for another performance analyst. That's part of the coaching team? Apparently it is. What's important attributes for these? Tactical knowledge and analyzing data, okay. Great. This is the level we're talking. Okay. Analyzing data and tactical knowledge. He's from England. He's from Wales. From England, so they will probably all be either from England or from Wales. Doesn't matter much. Yeah, it won't be that guy. So we might as well sign Alex Phillips. Cause why not? That's it, and then we will see if performance analysis gets any better. I don't think so. But it might. Land with major. Oh, so the transfer window opens and 2 days later the domestic loan window opens. So we can still bring in loan players. Cool. Cool. If only we had knowledge of anyone that would fit that description. Which reminds me... we have minimal scouting knowledge in Wales now. Fantastic. That's good. Then Roberts will probably not be a signing for us. Oh, even though he's probably a decent poacher. Ouch. That's... wow. Yeah, so he was on trial with us. I'm not opposed to the idea. He supposedly is much better than Chris Adair. He's 22. He runs with ball rarely. I guess that's a good thing in his case. I'm not so sure. Why should he be better than Adair? That doesn't seem likely to me. So I don't think we want him. And with Emlyn Lewis, he's 32 and he argues with officials, so I don't want that in my squad. I want a recruitment focus though. So we want players. Argues with officials. Yeah, it's wonderful. It gets you bonus yellow cards, so you can save some money on the player wages, because you can just give them an official warning later on. No, not an official warning, a fine later on. So we're looking for loans. Current ability, at least like this. We have enough scouts, anyone can do this. I don't care. That's probably really annoying to possess though. And then let them have dives into tackles and, you know, wind up opponents and so on. And is there another... there should be another trade for getting more yellow cards, whatever. Yeah, it's probably not how it works. So going forward we'll look for loan players. They are all out of contract, so I didn't do that well, did I? They are not available for loan. Wow, we can scout out through all Wales, so I guess that's all there is to it. Yeah. Let it go. Oh. They are not interested in coming in anyway. Cool. These children's voices in the background that you probably can hear, that is what will force me to do a noise filter going forward. Alright. Everybody expects us to get defeated. Okay. With the exception of the last match, which we won, 1-0. We lost all the other 4. Okay. Deadline day, fine. There's no contracts expiring because they have no contract lengths. Shay Kirk and Morgan James attract interest. We are aware. And Morgan James rejected the contract. Cool. That's all there is. Recruitment focuses. So... doesn't look that bad, does it? But the one-on-ones and the communication are really off. We basically have somebody on that level. I don't think this is a good addition. So I'm not interested. Can we get rid of him? No. I don't know. And then there's Dan Bowen. He's a 23-year-old. That's really pacey. And he's available for cheap. Who's our primary option there right now? Trainer, right? Do we want to do another signing? Because, you know, pace is really important here. The mentals though. Work rate of 5. So he might have to pace, but he doesn't have the work ethic. I guess that's not a good idea. He's a bit better in that regard. So let's keep it as it is. Let's not react with this. Okay. There's no other recommended players, so I guess that's the end of the meeting. Thank you very much for no feedback at all, more or less. There's 2 recommendations for loan here. These are the one we just had a look at, right? Oh. Yeah, we cannot remove these, obviously, because they stay recommended. That makes sense. Fine. So why don't they agree with the selection? Harry Martin is part of that selection. We will praise him now for his training. Morgan James is fine. I think Ryan Gibson deserves to be on the pitch too. Mr. Cloyd, I guess he did well. So that's good. Same as Mr. Cake Grenade, not that well though. Yeah. And I think these two are both horrible. I don't know why they train on that level. But we'll just give Coleman another match. We'll just roll with it and see where it leads. Is there anyone in here that needs to play? Absolutely. I don't think Luke Thomas needs to. Gary Moody is an acceptable option, but he doesn't strictly need playing time. Kirk and Brotherton I'm not fond of anyway. Morgan Orne, neither. Rooney, how's his training? 6.0. Tumulty, 6.55, so he's better. And Elinan McHugh. Basically, most of these are backup options, at least to me. He's emergency backup, he's a youngster, he's a future prospect. He considers himself a regular starter. That will not happen anytime soon. Okay. So we will probably need to go down the wings here. And apparently we need to play a higher tempo. So why not? Let's do this. And in attacking, I feel in this against this formation we need to do it in a wide manner. That's fine with me. So we will... How are the central defenders? Not that slow. In fact, he's decent. That overall looks okay too. Same as with him. Not much going forward, but on the defensive side that's okay. He's really slow, Mr. Morton. And overall the physicals might be a problem. He's got really good passing. Bad off the ball movement. I think this is a case of a man mark if we can help it. Alan Morton. And given our formation, I guess this is the striker's job. There he is. Williams is Not a great passer. So for Morton we go with tight marking, I guess. Yeah, why not? It's unlikely that he will outrun his marker. John Williams is a bit more pacey. Bad off the ball movement. We can mark him tightly too. And also close him down. And James Jarvis, really weak. His off the ball movement is good though. So I guess we try the tight marking and hard tackling. Both of these have a weaker foot. Even though it's not that that much. And let's show him onto the weaker foot too and muscle the ball off him. So he's alone up front. His off the ball movement is okay. I think his acceleration is really good. The pace is free though. So whilst he can accelerate, we can probably still go with a tight mark. Sure. He might get to his maximum speed pretty soon, but we will probably get him most of the times anyway. I'm more concerned about the attacking side, really. Ours, that is. I'm not so sure how we will create chances against this formation. I feel like on the defense, we stand a chance. So Coleman is a bit relaxed. That's good, and now we will encourage the entire team. Because I don't think we have anyone that is really good with pressure in here. And if they are, we gotta find out about them first. Yeah, overall that's a good reaction. Alright, I'll close the window. So for now we are 7th in the league. After this game, this might be a bit changed. Davies. And the game commences. Long ball by Chu immediately. Fleury. Roberts with a nice tackle. Within the penalty area, by the way. Gibson with a free kick. That would have hit the target. To me, that's a plus. James, Gibson. Oh, it's offside. Well, for them it is. McDowell with a throw towards Byrne. McDowell again. Crossed by McDowell. Saunders picked up by James. And Mr. Cake Grenade with a hopeful long shot. I'm not sure how far off that one was. Williams towards Fleury. It's offside by Corbett. McDowell with the corner. None for James. 20 minutes into the game and basically we shut up shop and that's it. Gibson wins the header. Saunders with a cross from deep. Roberts, Byrne. Mr. Cake Grenade with a cross from deep. Well intercepted by Chu. Saunders. Another cross from deep. This is really ugly. Fleury. Corbett. Roberts. Feldstedt. Morton. James, Martin, Mr. Cake Grenade, Williams, and our central defender here, that was Feldstedt. He didn't close him down for some reason. I don't know why. Williams with a free kick, intercepted by Cloyd. Byrne does win the header. This is an away game. If we demand more, you will see. I'll demand more. Byrne, Roberts, Byrne, Mr. Cake Grenade. Roberts. Cross from deep. Cloyd. It's over. Top of the net. I demanded more. So, the result is... I guess McDowell as well as Mr. Cake Grenade and Cloyd were motivated by the feedback. Is there anything that they have in common personality-wise? Honest question. He's unambitious. I think he's fairly determined. And what's the last one? McDowell. He's fairly determined too. So I'm not sure. But the rest of the squad looks normal, so I guess there's no negative right now. I expected him to be confused about the feedback or something. Oh no. He should be really slow though. Feldstedt intercepted that one. Williams with the corner. That cross got blocked. Pooney, Fleury, Coleman. McDowell with a throw in. Cloyd, McDowell. And we get a corner. Our central defenders look like they are not used to the amount of running they need to do. McDowell. James. Over. That's it. Not much of a performance. Can we be happy with this? I don't think so. So let's be a bit more demanding. We fire them up a little bit. If we demand more of some of these players, that might not go down well. Given the fact that we already demanded more now, I'd rather encourage them. That said, some of them need that feedback, I guess. So we'll try. I'll go for everybody until 6.6. I will tell them I expected more of them. And the rest of them I will encourage. So far that worked. And now we will encourage the rest. Okay. Let's see. It's raining cats and dogs apparently. This is where I realized that this is a drizzle. Doesn't even count as raining for some reason. I don't know. I guess this is Welsh weather. This is what the sunshine looks like in Wales. There's a yellow card for somebody. Oh, for Mr. K Grenade. Yeah, well, he's not a tackler primarily, so that's not a big deal. We can still tell him to ease off tackles. And probably replace him due to the yellow card going forward. Jarvis, Saunders with a cross from deep towards Pooney. And that's way over, but it was a good chance for them. That's it. I've had enough of no chances created. So, we'll bring on Tumulty due to the yellow card here. He probably doesn't need to ease off tackles. And we will try to pass into space. I'm not sure about this. So, working the ball into the box is also a possibility, with the short passing in particular. Maybe we give away too much possession. How's... I cannot open the analytics window from here, can I? Of course I can't. He doesn't seem motivated. Yeah, they are not offensive though. The thought process is they waste time once it's appropriate, and if they see an opening, they exploit it. So in the end, if we go down, I don't know, with a 0-0, due to wasting time, that's fine with us, right? We don't care. We just want the point. Sure, we could use 3 if the opponent overcommits. Gibson picks up the ball. Feels dead. He just... I think I know what the problem is. No, they are instructed to take fewer risks. That's not the problem. They just... I don't know. Cloyd. Tumulty doesn't pick it up. Might. Yes. Might. So, if we get rid of this... Let's try. Not a bad pass towards Morton. Come on, seriously? Feldstedt again. So, there was enough of a chance for Trainer to close down Pooney as well as Savain. He did. Missed the opportunity to go for the tackle. I'm not really that concerned with him. These two here. They both lost the man. Feldstedt didn't accomplish his tackle. McDowell was, well, somewhere. And James lost Davies. No, I don't care. We will need to change formation now. Well, tactics. Formation will be the same. Oh, I need to redo this. That's also wrong. This is a winger. We can try to get him on attack duty. Get Robertson support duty rather than the other way around. And go with overlaps anyway. Try to work the ball into the box. It's 65 minutes. Maybe play for set pieces. Nah, I don't think so. Our set pieces aren't that good. He's not a great dribbler. So I don't think passing into space is... I don't know, man. I don't know. Because the other one... I guess if we could manage to go through with this for 90 minutes, that wouldn't be a problem. And also, the 3 goals that we scored in the second league match, whilst not conceding a single one, they were scored with the cautious tactic, not with attacking. They were scored whilst wasting time and so on. So I don't think it's that easy to say they will never score once they start wasting time. Trainer. And a shot. How are they? He's anxious. I will go with demand more now. I'm not sure if this will work though, given that he's anxious already. James. Nice long ball towards Cloyd. Cloyd. James. Burn. James. And a free kick by Burn again. Burn. Another header on target, I guess. Yeah. Looking at the feedback, he's frustrated by the feedback, he's still anxious. And he's motivated by the feedback. I don't know. Tumulty. You know, if you feel like you're doing just fine effort-wise already, then it doesn't seem like your boss demanding more is a good thing. You will probably just think, he's stupid, I've given all I've got. McDowell's long ball, that goes nowhere. Saunders. Jarvis towards Fleury. He just goes past his man. Pooney and another one. Yeah, maybe. But there's not that many professionals in this squad, is there? In fact, this is quite well, we are not sure, but it's likely that we have the opposite situation. Tumulty. At least he didn't lose the ball. Ouch. That was close. This is really annoying for me. Yeah, there we can see the second. It's always the left side, it's always McDowell. Alright. I think we need Morgan James more in the next matches than Felstead, so he can come off. McDowell is really pacey, but he's missing the work rate. He doesn't do well in defense overall. I don't like this. And I think it's too easy to blame it all on Felstead. So let's bring on Chris Adair. Just for the match experience. I don't expect us to turn this game around anymore. Wayne Cloyd had the chance to equalize, he didn't. So let's get him off. And then, well... Maybe. But I do a lot of these, right? Let's give some playing time to Chris Adair. And we will try to encourage them, but I don't think this will happen. Alright. So all that overlapping probably is a waste of time. They specifically look for the overlap, but our overlapping players are neither on the physical side nor on the crossing and, well, the technical side very good at it. So all that overlapping probably doesn't work. The shorter passing is good because the standard of passing isn't great in this squad. The slightly higher tempo is needed for penetration, but on the other hand, most of them are no good at decision making. So this wastes possession. And, well, that doesn't work. Low crosses is fine, the attacking width is okay too. The counter pressing I think is okay in this situation, but this is bullshit. I want them to counter anyway. I don't know why this is set up the way it is. It's just a mistake by me. And I can live with this. Why? Why would he do this? You clearly saw him being closed down, right? Pooney. Well, Freddie Wilds comes onto the pitch and immediately introduces himself with a foul and gets a yellow card. Sylvain, nobody closes him down. Free cross and Martin clears into touch. I'll try to encourage them, as always, because he's anxious, he's frustrated. And there goes another shot by Morton. But overall, I think this is a fair result. They had the better chances. Gibson with a cross. Trainer goes down the left wing with a cross to Trainer. Brian. Adair. Cross from deep. And we get a corner. Now, if only we had a chance to score after corners. So I guess a part of that rework will be set pieces. Wilds. Nope. Not today. Adair. Byrne. Tumulty. Adair. Adair. Well, it seems he wants to make a difference. Fleury. Well done by Byrne. Feldstad. And there again, there's yet another long ball here. Byrne. Are we too attacking? In attacking formation for the central defenders to play a short pass? Tumulty. More or less by accident. Jones. Byrne. Adair. Jones with a long ball towards Yates. Saunders. Williams. Well intercepted. Byrne. Tumulty. And he tries to dribble. He's not a good dribbler. Byrne. Martin. Adair. Tumulty. We get a corner. It's Adair with the corner. Jones. I was close. It could have resulted in a goal. Second corner by Adair. Not this time. Gibson. Adair again. It's yellow. Only a yellow card. Alright. Byrne with the free kick. Martin is not a good header. Trainer. Trainer. Martin. Tumulty. Wilds. Martin. Byrne. Wilds. Martin. Feldstad. Byrne. Gibson. Byrne. Come on. Tumulty. That's a nice ball towards Adair. I wouldn't put it like that, no. I don't think so. This is also, this is overdoing it, I think. With the demand more, which is, has more to do, I think, with the mentality of the players. But also, it lacks familiarity, for example. The players are not used to playing this tactic. And we changed around things a little bit. Also, they are not capable to pull off some of these things. For example, the higher tempo, it doesn't suit them. Yeah, that's offside. Jones. Feldstedt. And yet another long ball. Trainer. Wilds. Martin. Well, that game's done. Yeah, but what can we do? Sure, we can go over the right wing. But the problem is the personnel there is not capable to create chances. Anyway. At least they don't do it. Not even on accident. I also feel like I have a misconception considering your strikers. I don't think they are able to be involved here, other than with a long ball, and they are not good at running, so to focus on this is not a good idea. They are more suited to a possession-based system, I think. Alright, I'm not gonna criticize anyone in particular. To single out individuals is probably not a good idea here. Yeah, 4 points. Fine. We lost the game. That happens. Next one is the cup game. Okay, so on the defensive side, I think we can say that overall this tactic works, but there are mistakes in defense, lapses of concentration if you want to put it that way. So if we go back to the previous matches, where is it? Oh no. I will not have that menu active anytime soon. It should be somewhere in the data hub. If we look at momentum overall, it's not like there was bad momentum. Also, well, we conceded in two situations where this could have gone either way. Let's put it that way. That said, this momentum is concerning. To a degree. I don't like that. Second half was a bit better, absurdly, but it didn't feel that way. But this is a danger of possession, right? Danger of possession is where did they have possession? In what area on the pitch? This doesn't strictly say that the second half was better. Because I'm not sure what you want to communicate. Well, yes. But let's not overinterpret this. The first half, more or less, was really boring, and that's totally fine with us. But we can live with that, right? If we had a second half like the first one, we would be fine. That's the goal of the tactic anyway. At least that's one goal. It's part of it. The other part is to score on the counter, which we are not good at. And if we think about how we managed to achieve that last time out, with the 3-0, we gotta go back to this and have a look. What happened back then? So data hub again. Wasn't last. No. Hi, and welcome to the stream. No, this is not a new save. We are in 2028. It's a new club though. In case you were around last time when we managed Yedahawk Dulls IK. We got fired. So yeah, now we're in Wales with Taffs Well. And let's just say the level of play here is a bit different. So I think it was the match against Goitre that we won that way. Okay. Nice. Good luck there. To have the advanced forward penetrating. Great. So apparently you've been doing fine. That's good. I think we'll do the other one first. So say we convert this in a possession-based system. We basically want him to pass the ball around all the time. It doesn't have to be with high tempo. Decent. I can't remember that I did anything in particular. In comparison, I don't think I ever managed to get there. Usually, I end up somewhere with a lower league club. So yeah, it's not that familiar to me. Well, in that case, that's a good result, right? Yeah, but who cares? In the end, it's about what's in the back of the net, and if it worked, it worked. So the Morgan James case is more or less that he can play in any of these situations, but he's not that pacey. He's not a very fast guy. So to make the most out of him, I don't think we need to adapt the formation for him, for his circumstances, right? There might be strikers that are way faster than him, but we cannot cover for that. The next best player apparently is Toby Yates, and he's a target forward, for some reason. I do not necessarily agree with this, but he's got really good heading and we do not use it. The problem is his jumping is rubbish. Okay. This is where I found out who Jonathan David is. Okay, yeah. Apparently that's a Canadian from Lille. I wasn't aware. I don't watch that much football in real life. I'm sorry about that, but it's just too expensive. So I guess, or, well, either that or I don't have the time, so I guess it's a bit of both. But if we want to include Toby Yates in this squad, so forget about Cloyd, even though he scored. Forget about all of this for a second. Yeah. The distant shots are not that important, I feel, though. I think we have another option. Because the level here is lower. Say we go with target man. Forget about these two. Now we have a target forward that apparently is superb. I do not necessarily agree, but we have him. So this is not about mentality just yet. This is just getting the most we can out of him. He has decent heading. He has decent strength. He's not wonderful, but he's 18 years old, so whatever. We can probably improve his jumping reach, if we want to do that. Forget about the dribbling, it's not that important. He has all he needs to pull off that role, more or less, with the exception of the jumping reach. Yeah. But I'm trying to figure out, so I'm going back to the drawing board in a way, but not really back to a drawing board altogether, because the playing staff changed, and due to the changes in playing staff, we have other players that have other strengths and weaknesses. So for him, for example, a counter-based tactic that expects him to score on the counter is not a good idea. He's not a great runner. Whilst his mentals are okay, his dribbling isn't that great. This doesn't work. What he can do, though, is basically point with the face towards the ball once he receives it, and do a good header and retain possession. So you can include that in a possession-based tactic, because he has decent technique too. His passing isn't that great. So in a more possession-based tactic, I would argue this is more of a deep lying forward stuff, role-wise, which he's okay with, right? So in a possession-based tactic, that could work too. He's got the strength, he's got the balance, just toss some balls in his general direction, and especially for the short passes, for example, he would probably pick them up. I don't think so. If we look at the... well, okay, you can use him that way, but he's not a good finisher. His finishing is 7. Yeah, he can utilize this for finishing, but he doesn't need to. I guess he can do both, to a degree. He's not a deep lying forward with the passing though, so we do not expect him to make creative passes. We rather think the deep lying forward, for example on attack duty that we were trying to play him on, he needs dribbling. He hasn't. For pressing forward, he's too much lacking on the physical side. I halfway agree with the poacher. But for the poacher, he's too slow. His acceleration is off. So I'd rather go with target forward. Attack duty or support duty. It depends on what the team needs, right? But for this, he needs jumping reach. A bit more at least. And he's 1m80 or something. He's as tall as me, basically. So we can teach him to jump a bit more. And for a target man, strength is a core attribute anyway. I don't necessarily need him to score immediately. I just need him to disrupt the opposition's defense, first and foremost. And to be somebody that can pick up the balls. So... and he's a good header. On top of that, even though he might not jump to get there. So say we train him in strength. And we utilize a target man. So now we need supply. That can come in two shapes. It can come in long balls. So say everybody goes for the long ball and distributes it towards Yates. For a counter-attacking formation, for example, that might be okay. There will be long balls towards Yates that he just redistributes for one of the runners out here. So he can do both. But in a more possession-based system that is less focused on penetration and more on retaining possession, we want him to have passing options, basically, and to receive the short balls. So that is why we need to push up high on the pitch. The overlapping and all that stuff we can probably remove right now. So in that sense, I want to go back to the drawing board. Play out of defense is probably okay in a possession-based system. The passing directness being shorter, that's probably also a good idea. With the high tempo, I'm not so sure. I'm gonna leave this on neutral right now. Because we need to look into the rest of the squad. The advanced playmaker here doesn't exist anymore. There's just nobody that's capable to do that in the squad. Well, there is in the U19, but I don't think he's as strong as to include him here. We are sure that we need Morgan James here. Also, Morgan James, the amount of yellow cards here doesn't say that he tackles harder. But if they increase tempo, it's not about the tempo though. If they increase the pressure, trying to close us down, Sorry, there's a fly here. I'm gonna open the window, maybe it goes out. I hope you have fun enjoying the children outside, just as me. So... I think the instruction to tackle harder on him is not a bad idea. And taking fewer risks isn't either. He's not a great passer. But taking fewer risks... What does this mean? Yeah. Less passing risk asks the player to retain possession first and foremost. This is what we want them to have in this formation, right? This is bullshit with the hold shape. I don't know why this was enabled in the first place. This is just an error on my behalf. And... Yeah, sure. But I'm doing it from the drawing board stuff. I'm doing it from the perspective of what's available in the squad. What needs to be included. And I feel like Yates as well as James need to be included, and he needs to be included with the harder tackling. Right? We want to use this. This is one of the strongest capabilities in this squad. Jumping as well. His jumping is good. So we want to include this if we can do. Or if we can do it. What's next in the squad? Tumulty, apparently. For this tactic, yes. For this tactic. But we can do it another way. In another formation. Or it's not about the formation though. The formation will probably not change. It's about the style. This is why I don't care much about the formation. We can redo the formation, sure. But it doesn't need to be redone. It's not so much about the formation, I think. Also, a 4-3-3 is really one of the most flexible formations there is out there. Same with a 4-4-2, basically. There's other formations that do not work with certain with certain combinations, I feel. In a 4-3-3, you usually can get it to work. So, what's with him? He's pacey. His crossing is borderline tolerable, and he's got decent technique. Not a great passer, he has decent work rate, and he tries to play way out of trouble. To include him, we're trying to reinvent the wheel. So, we can either use him as basically a winger in most circumstances. Forget about final third training, he's one to cross. And he's one not to have a good cross, but it doesn't matter. He's just there for supply. He will probably knock the ball past the opponent time and time again. Or try to dribble. But I guess that's okay. Yes. And the supply channel in this case is not that reliable. But he's got some pace. And even though he doesn't have the anticipation, we can either include him to generate penetration, due to the work rate, that is. Not because we instruct him to be on attack duty, simply because he will do it by himself. That's just for the work rate. So I expect him to, if I stretch this a little bit, I expect him to not do well in the first half of the game. Because he doesn't have the mentals. But in the second half, once everybody else gets tired, he still has some stamina, some work rate and the physicals. Maybe he can penetrate your position then. I wouldn't want him to be set to an attack duty just because his anticipation is 4. He has some flair, yes. But I'd rather rely on the work rate. So that means we go with a winger on support duty, in his case. Which is what we have available anyway. Something like this. So now he crosses more often, he stays wider, he runs wide with the ball, he dribbles more. That's not that great for him, but it's okay. Given the fact that he dribbles more, and he tries to play way out of trouble. I guess he needs some technical training. His off-the-ball movement could improve too, but, you know. On the other hand, his decisions is free. So, yeah. We'll still do attacking movement. Just because his mentals are so absurdly bad. The winger gets isolated from midfield, but we can cover for that. Back here. Either here, or to a degree here. So say we play an inverted winger here, for example, which it might not be available for us, but we'll find a solution. We need somebody to cover for that space, sure, because he goes wide. That's true. So somebody needs to cover here. And even if it is, I don't know, a ball-winning midfielder or somebody. But probably not a creative option here. The advanced playmaker here will probably not remain. Right? Who's next? Maybe, yeah. Maybe. Fullback on support, so box standard, no specific instructions, more or less. Gary Byrne is a deep-lying playmaker. And he needs to play in central midfield if we want to get the best out of his decision-making. Because I think this is the only influence. Yeah. Yeah. He would cover defensively. Sure. And it's on support because on defend duty he would be, the fullback would be too deep. It wouldn't be high enough on the pitch. Yeah, maybe. But I want to include him first. So he doesn't have great positioning. He needs somebody to cover for him defensively. He doesn't have great off-the-ball movement. He's a passing station though. One that we want to use every single time. So, say we play him here. I'm not decided on that just yet. Say we play him here. Then he has the option to go with and play the white ball towards Tumulty. He can play towards the target man. Always. Which he might do from time to time, which is okay. Well, I just noticed that here's a channel open in the middle, right? The half space here is not covered by anyone. So we need somebody to penetrate here immediately. Even in a possession-based system, we need somebody to make these penetrating runs here. For example, a central midfielder on attack duty or a mid-sala or something like this. Which doesn't cover defensively, so we need to cover this with these two. And a central defender. But the penetrating runs here are really dangerous, because there's a target man forward. He pulls the defender wide, basically. So if Yates is on the right side, from our perspective, on our right side, more or less, he might pull in a four-man defensive partnership. He might pull the defender towards him. And yeah. Yeah, that's possible. But definitely not. It might even work like this. Because we only need him to recycle possession, right? But the more direct passes I'm not fond of. So I don't like this. But there's choices here. So fullback on support, for example. I'm just gonna get rid of this. We gotta have a look later on. But I want to finish the thought process of this guy. So in any control possession system, this is basically reinventing the wheel. We've done this previously. We were here, and we used the mid-sala here to penetrate. We didn't have the deep-lying playmaker here, but it doesn't matter much. This partnership can work too, I feel. The ball-winning midfielder here is undebatable. He will come up at some point. Where is he? Oh, come on. Harry Martin is down here. But he still needs to be included in the squad. And he's considered to be more of a defensive midfielder here and not a ball-winning midfielder. Maybe we can do it like... Sure, why not? Maybe we can include him as a defensive midfielder. But what's the difference between the two? Defensive midfielder says dribble less, shoot less often, hold position. But there's a problem there anyway, because our central defenders are prone to go on for the long ball. So we might need somebody to pick the ball up from deep. I'd like to have him to... I'd like for him to track back and pick up the ball, if I can help it. For Martin to be a defensive midfielder, that's probably okay. He has decent tackling and decent aggression though, so I would want him to tackle harder. And I want to see what's the difference here for the ball-winning midfielder. Hold position. And take fewer risks. Do I want him to take passing risks? Definitely not. So, even playing him as a deep line, as a defensive midfielder, like this, I would instruct him not to take passing risks. And I would instruct him to tackle harder. Look at that aggression and tackling. He needs to tackle harder. It's not like he got that many yellow cards, right? Even though he played as a ball-winning midfielder. So why didn't he play well? That's what I don't understand. Is this over-interpretation, maybe? This is 2 games. The last one was bad, yes. His heading was decent though. I think they basically crossed the ball over his head, didn't they? Due to the hold position. Nah, but I want him to cover here and to pick up the ball. There's another idea, by the way. I just want to look into the attributes just for a second. No, he's not great at it. One thing's for sure, even if we play him as a... Well, they might be, they might have different interpretations by the AI, yes. So, by the match engine, that is. I'm not sure that this doesn't work, though. I wouldn't say that this is strictly wrong. We might use him as on a support duty, for example. Then, all of a sudden, he just goes with tackle harder. Nothing else. So we would need to do something like tackle harder, take fewer risks. That will go away, and we will not use it. But that opens up a lot of space in behind him. So it depends a bit. If the opposition plays the long balls anyway, he might as well try to go forward and avoid those long balls by pressing the opposition, by triggering the press. I don't know. If these are trying to control possession and these are trying to win back the ball, more or less. Yeah. So don't. He's not a good crosser. Sure. You realize that a big brain is not a sign of intelligence, right? I think brains got better, historically speaking, once they shrank. In ancient times, that is. So they shrank and they got those folds. This is when we got really intelligent. So a big brain is... Well, anyway. He can try being a target forward too. Most likely though, not on support duty, but on attack. And... on the other hand, that doesn't use his dribbling. So he might be more suitable for another formation. Or... nah, he doesn't have the physicals. Forget about it. Next player to include is Feldstedt. And Adair. So apparently our captain will not play anymore, because Adair is just better. In Adair's case, he's not a great dribbler. Definitely not on attack duty. That said, this is okay. The off-the-ball movement isn't great, first touch dribbling, crossing isn't great. He needs to be restricted to what he can do. And what he can do is this. So, there's a gap here. We'll get to that. He's not a no-nonsense fullback, because he isn't strong. So fullback on defend duty would be fine. Role-wise. No, but as I said, there's a gap here. On defend duty, he's too low on the pitch. So... we need to compress this somehow. We'll get there. Because on the other side it will look very similar. Then there's Mr. Feldstedt. I'm not so sure about his performances right now, but we might have a chance. I'm gonna close the window. So... that's okay. What's left in the squad? Gibson. Yeah. I can try. For Gibson, this reminds me of Nila Forsell, if that makes sense. Well, something between Nila Forsell and Nathan Lowe. Because his long shots and finishing are not bad enough that he can be ignored in entirety. But it's definitely not somebody that we want to rely on for goal scoring. That said, he's got decent work rate, he's got good stamina. So more or less, he will try. And he goes forward whenever possible anyway. So we might as well include him like this. To me this says, use him here. Either as a box-to-box or as a Mitsala on attack duty. A box-to-box is not penetrating enough to me. So I'm willing to go with the trade-off here. And we will still train him as a Metsala on attack duty. What's the difference? Well, the difference is the goal scoring, basically. Yeah, his tackling isn't that great either. So we can try to teach him how to shoot. And the mentals he will pick up at one point. But yeah, it would be better to have a decent goal scoring threat here. Yeah, and as a box-to-box, this would the box-to-box has an additional problem. It relies a lot on his mentals here, and if we look at these mentals, especially the decision making, he's not one to determine when to go forward and when to go back. He's not great at it, so he might be caught out of position. And to rely on his positioning and decisions that much, that doesn't feel viable. I'd rather have him be a threat, a goal-scoring threat. And he can do that. Because his off-the-ball movement and his flair are better. His decision-making still isn't great, and the anticipation isn't great, and sure, the balance is missing. But overall, that's okay-ish. We're talking a 17-year-old here. For that level, that's okay. A genius idea, right? Okay. Well, for the tactic overall, I think we had that. And we realized that it doesn't penetrate the opposition enough in this kind of formation. We've been there. But for him, I don't think he's a good tackler and so on. I don't think this suits him very well. Not this player. There's other players that can pull that off, sure. Yeah. I get the idea. We could use this, for example, here and pull the playmaker back. Oh, yeah, we've been there. We played a system like this, right? But I think it works like this too, or it might. On the left defensive side, I'm not so hopeful. Also, I want to look into the goalkeeper, so he doesn't have good communication. That's a problem. And he's no good at one-on-ones. On the other hand, I'd rather play him than Massaro. So I guess that can remain the same. And on the left side, so both players are missing here. We have one player that can play there. Seriously. The rest of them are not suited for it. We need to retrain them. It will take the entire season. Gavin Trainor is not a good crosser. He's even worse as a goal scorer. Wide target forward is not a thing, so inside forward is not really suitable. I guess this is the best that we can do with him. Yeah, but I'm coming from the other direction right now. To me this seems too defensive. Too defensive-minded. There's no creativity in that midfield three. Now we have it all. And sure, we can increase the duties for defensive stuff. But I think this can change a lot. Right? Because we need to score goals too. We're strictly sticking to what the players can do, what they're good at. This is not so much about a combination that feels fine. It's about a combination that the players are able to pull off in here. And our weak side is definitely the left one right now. Never was any good. That said, he can dribble. And in defense here, we have Wiles and McDowell available. Let's have a look at them. So, apparently his strongest position is as a no-nonsense fullback. I do not agree. His tackling is okay-ish. That's it. But he needs to use that work rate and that stamina. He's a runner. As a fullback, that would be more limited. It reminds me of Ngongo a lot. He's just older and, well, not that good. But it reminds me of Ngongo. He can more or less cover. He doesn't have the strength though. Ngongo had some strength in addition to that. But I think he can run out there, more or less. And to go wide with the ball makes sense tactically. I wouldn't say he needs to overlap specifically on attack duty. On the other hand, he can. But we would need him to be instructed to shoot less often, cross less often, dribble less, and so on. All of this. Take fewer risks too. Nah. I wouldn't say he's gifted defensively. So this is good though. So say he pushes forward. Burn usually should cover defensively because he's a deep lying playmaker. He will not leave his position that much. He's specifically instructed to hold position. Because I want him to create width here. And it makes sense with an inverted winger. And he's... whatever we put him on. Why? No, no, no. We want to use his physicals. So to use his physicals, we would need a role that uses them. Say a fullback on defend duty will still use some of these, and it's much too focused on the defend duty. If we go with a fullback on support duty, well, it uses his work rate, so that's okay. I guess this would work too. But then he wouldn't... well, he would create from deep, halfway from deep, I guess. From deep positions. I can also see this. Because a fullback on support, what would I do to him? Say he plays fullback on support. Yeah, it might. Sure. We conceded the goals in this area, so I guess that makes sense. That said, he needs to run without the ball, right? He's not a good dribbler. So, seen from that perspective, he isn't a great crosser. So crossing less often is totally fine. And I don't want him to drive the ball specifically up the pitch. I don't think that's okay. What we can do though, we can instruct all of them to cross for the target man now. Why not? This is the best header we have. So in case they cross, they might as well cross for the target forward. Same with those. And he can cross as often too, because, well, his crossing is 5. I know. I know. But he doesn't need to be on attack duty, does he? And on support duty, I feel like he will do that. Why is that? Because there's fullbacks in this formation all of a sudden? Ah. If you have spare weapons, send them to Ukraine. I don't know if there's so much of a difference. We'll see. But the thing is, the other two were, previously, the wingbacks, they were instructed to go wide with the ball. That makes some sense, but not in his position, because there's a winger up front here. We would need an inverted winger here to have somebody that goes wide with the ball. So there's no sense to this on this wing. On this wing, the situation is different. A wingback might be a good idea here, but there will not be cover for him in defense. So say we play an overload formation, for example, where we don't care about defending anymore, not that much anyway. Then we might instruct him to go with wingback on attack duty. I don't want to do this because this stuff, the familiarity needs to grow. So I can do this from time to time, yeah. So the major weakness here is the left wing. And seen from that perspective, it's not too bad that a more defensive setup is out here, whilst Gibson tries to be a goal-scoring threat. Depends a bit. Because sometimes it's better to just go with our own stuff because we know that they are good at it in the way we set it up previously. And sometimes it's better to adapt to the opposition. Ideally, you hit them where it hurts. I do trust you. It's not a matter of trust. It's a matter of a trade-off. Right? Next formation, for example, is this. It'll be an away game though, which brings me to the other one. Same people, right? For the defensive setup, or the cautious setup, maybe, yes. But to pull them both is difficult. Also, there's... Where is it? Come on. There's a defensive midfielder in here. These are not defensive midfielders, these are central midfielders. This is a three-man midfield. I feel like going over the wing is probably the way here. I'm not so sure though. So I will reset this. The time wasting will probably come back, but I want to do this way. The low crosses don't make any sense anymore. In fact, it's the same here. The low crosses can go away now. Because Yates is there, he's not a tall guy, but we do not specifically need to play low crosses for him, do we? Well, we could. I don't know, that wouldn't use his heading though. Not so sure what low crosses mean in this situation. But I want to go back to the cautious formation. In the positive setup. that is. Something like this. Sure, we could. But that's vulnerable on the counter. The more, the wider it goes. I think fairly wide. Yeah, but these are both fairly wide, so that's why I kept it like this. It depends a bit. Yeah. Against this formation, probably one tick above neutral is good. I agree with this. And probably also for other formations. Not so sure about the others. But in a defensive setup, so ignore that. Counter and regroup is what we do in a defensive setup. That makes sense. And out of possession, we try to go with a low block and a lower defensive line to compress the space. Sure, why not? We also trigger the press more often and probably can get stuck in here. We'll need to see. These two central defenders aren't that bad. I think they can work in this kind of formation. Easing off tackles doesn't make sense here. That's the wrong way. We want him to tackle harder. Oh, come on. Seriously. It's not like anything changed. So, this role will remain the same. Same as Yates' role. And we will also keep the other roles here. Why not? But, there's a big but. In this formation, well, it's the same formation, but we're trying to rely on something different. So the fullback here can be on support too, doesn't matter much. Somebody needs to go forward in this formation. Somebody needs to pick up the balls that Yates lays off, right? So my thought process here is in possession, it will not be standard directness and lower tempo. It will probably be more direct or extremely direct, because we want to pass towards Yates all the time. We basically play the long ball. We ignore the playmaker, more or less. I don't know if he has... I guess he can be central midfielder here. Or, I don't know, ball-winning midfielder. Nah, he's no good at it though. But we can play somebody else here. So we'll keep this as a deep-lying playmaker. But maybe in this formation somebody else comes on and plays a ball-winning midfielder on support here. Or a box-to-box or something. Box-to-box would be great here, by the way. Because he would contribute in both phases of play. That's what we need. So we want somebody to cover defensively here, first and foremost. Creativity, not so much. That said, if he has more of the ball, that's fine. But he will play the long balls. And everybody else will be encouraged to play long balls too, in this formation. So we try to find Yates. Again. It feels like this is Ishak Al-Holmstrom just with Ishak Al-Holmstrom. But sure. Same here, everybody towards the target forward. Cross less often though. Yeah, that's fine. So in case they cross, they will probably take a long ball and then go for him. Okay. Do we want to pass into space? No. I do not want to pass into space for a specific reason. There's nobody to pick it up. And whilst we could put them on attack duty, for example, their anticipation and off-the-ball movement are so bad. How should they ever do it? It's highly unlikely that it succeeds. So, I'd rather not pass into space. I'd rather pass towards the 8s. We're talking about the opposition now. 2 support channels, no backup. Yes. Yes. So, well, we're using different words for the same things, I feel. But if they want to create chances, these 2 need to commit forward, right? Same as the wingbacks. And these 4 here are basically who cover defensively. So, if they want to provide some width, because the middle of the pitch will be shut down, if we can help it, that is. These 2 need to commit forward, so there's a lot of space here on the wings. And this space on the wings can be used on the counter or in overlap situations. You can basically do the same in overlap situations. You just overlap that single wide player and hope for the best, and go with a cross. That said, crossing in this kind of formation is a bit difficult because the striker will not stand a chance against 4 people. So either you need a secondary striker or you need somebody that yeah. We don't know who will be there though. And the good thing is Toby Yates can probably do that. He's not a wonderful marker, but he's got marking 6. He's acceptably strong. So I guess he can be a problem for them. Yeah, but because it mirrors their positions. The midfield 3 is just constituted the way you'd expect it to be in a 4-2-3-1, but in a 4-2-3-1 this would be man against man in the central defender department as well as in midfield, in defensive midfield, as well as here. So if you like that, that's good. If you do not like that because you expect to be the underdog, then you pull back the striker here and put an additional defensive midfielder in here, which is what we have with the 4-3-3. So we're doing the more defensive setup. And not go man against man. But once you have the superior player base quality-wise, a 4-2-3-1 would be a good idea, yes. So, the Welsh Cup game, there was an away game. Yes, I got that. But, especially in this formation, I want somebody on defend duty here. We'll see soon enough what this does, or if this does anything. I actually think that defensive is probably better in this situation, because we do not want to rely on these too much. So we do not want direct passes towards open spaces. We want direct passes towards Yates. That's our target man. And then there can be short and quick passing up front. He's no good at it. I'm not sure if this is needed. In fact, I feel maybe it's a good idea to put them both on defend duty. What we can do though, we could, for example, go with a standard defensive line and compress the space even more. Or very low, I don't know. You mean here? Yeah. But the thing is, well, we defend in the back row anyway. But sure, we can put him on defend duty and see where it goes. In this formation though, that's a dare. Look at it. This uses his dribbling and crossing. So we would need to instruct him to dribble less, blah blah, do all that stuff. So in the end it's the same. This just says I'm on defend duty. Well, there's an instruction to cross from deep. So that's gone. But otherwise this is basically fullbacks on support duty that don't know how to play anything. That's its whole position, right? Here it is. And we can do the same here. Well, for him though, then we can stay wider because like this. For him, yes. For him, not so much. I'd rather have him stay a bit narrow actually. Because Tumulty is out there and we need to cover this area, not the wing. We need to cover this, right? I'm not sure if sit narrow though is needed. Now I guess we can try this. So there's a shift to the left here, overall. We'll see. He's being rested for a day? Why? I didn't do that. Did the parent club just rest him for a day? Yeah, but we've been here. So that basically means that we need somebody to penetrate here, right? Yes, as an alternative option. That's where we came from. This is Jederhawk dolls all over again. Not well. There are some differences, but more or less. Good for you. I don't know. Also, there's a problem that the next game is an away game. So, given that this is an away game, and we will probably be on a defensive foot for most of the game. we might need to go with more direct passing. And time wasting might be a thing too. I don't like the fact that he's been rested. I didn't do that. Who did do that? Can we recall him from being rested? Yeah. Why did somebody rest him? Who? Where's stuff? I can't see anything. It's all on us. Training. Yeah, he can do that himself. I don't know. I might have rested him on accident. I can't find it. No idea where it is. So that doesn't happen. Yeah, but for the next match, let's have a look what kind of formation this is. So the formation is clear, but not the playing style. Let's have a look at their playing style. Three one is my bet. Let's see. There's a mentoring group that needs attention. Why is that? This is a really great. The expression is interesting with the overbite. None of these were in there. Gary Moody might go in there though. Same as Michael Kelly, why not? Not Ryan Gibson though. Yeah, why not? These are 18-year-olds, they get some influence from the group. Gary Moody has some positive influence on the rest of them, that's not too bad. But the most significant influence is still Jamie Roberts. And hopefully they can pick up some professionalism along the way. That's the most important thing. So, what's a primarily trained tactic now? Because for this game, I expect us to... as an away game after all, I expect us to lose out in possession. We have to look at the quality of their players, do we? Sure, bring him in. Well, I will definitely not overlap in the defensive formation. For obvious reasons. Because, see, if we go with direct passing and then try to find somebody that overlaps here, it might take forever. This doesn't make any sense. We try to score on the counter, basically. So there's no overlapping there, and neither is there underlapping, because all of these instructions specifically say that they are looking for somebody that does that. So this is a more structured way to play, if you want to put it that way. They expect somebody to make the run. And if that person doesn't arrive, it might delay play. So I'm not a big fan in counter situations of this in general. Neither with the focusing play, by the way. That can be a bit better, but yeah. And not with the play out of defense either. But here, we can overlap. I don't judge right now. In this formation we can overlap, but only situational. Because there's fullbacks on support. And for overlapping to be a really good option, we would need the fullbacks to be those that dominate play. But they aren't. They're just there to provide some width. So I guess I'd rather not overlap, but neither do I want to underlap because these are not much better. Right? And this is a combination that I'm not too fond of, by the way. Yeah, but maybe you're... how do I put this? I think I don't have your confidence that this works, because this is really prone to being put to the knife on the counter, in case you do it that way. So, whilst the setup is like this, sure. We'll do this as primarily trained tactic, and we will do a positive run in the cup too. We'll try to go with positive formation. By the way, nobody used the channel points for a while. There's so many different ways to go about football. That's one of the fun things about it. You can debate it all day and have vastly different opinions on certain aspects. And in the end, well, you will take a decision, and then you might have a good outcome or not. But it's really hard to determine if that outcome is due to your decision, or if you were just lucky or unlucky. It's only throughout a few seasons that you see. Well, obviously there's a very... I think I get the gist, but I do not think I agree to 100%. It really depends on how they interpret the formation. You can be very very control possession, like with a 3-man back, for example. Why not? Nobody wants to be U19 manager. Alright, we'll stop the advert. Who's Michael Wilson? I guess he's on our shortlist. Go away. I guess the argument is that in a 4-4-2, for example, there is always the hold in midfield, right? Between central defenders and central midfielders. But if you go with a 4-4-2 with 2 central midfielders that do defensive duties first and foremost, there's no hold to be had there if they compress it in a certain way. Now, obviously, that has other drawbacks, but it's possible. So in these situations, it's not a good idea to go through the middle, even though it's a 4-4-2 on paper. Yeah, there's a window of opportunity somewhere else. And it's similar with other formations. To look at that the formation and say it works like this is, to me, feels overconfident, if that makes sense. Because it depends a lot on what they have on the pitch and how they interpret their roles. Sometimes they are used in roles they are just not suited to play. The obvious example is a central defender on wide defensive positions. That happens time and time again, and especially with the slow ones, this is a chance for an exploit. On the other hand, you need 2 players to exploit that. Or you need one that is really fast. And you need, long balls, but not long balls that are played high up in the air. You need them to be played close to the ground. That's hard to come by. If your wingback or your fullback in our situation now can play penetrating passes down the line, cool, totally fine. If they can't, though, you're forced to use somebody from midfield that plays these balls, and they usually go with, crossing balls, which come in the air, so a central defender on a fullback position might not be the worst choice there. Let's have a look at their output. High expected goals and low quality creating by Dan Jones. It might also be horrible. We'll see. That's concerning, by the way. I do not like to play with a positive formation against a striker with that acceleration and pace and finishing. But we'll try anyway. We've settled on it. What the hell's wrong with him? He faces quality shots but saves most of them. Okay. This is some weird analytics stuff. They have a lot of passing on the left, at least they had last time out. So this means that there's a chance to exploit this here. We've got a winger here. So that winger should find some space there. Yeah, we've been here. And again, I don't know what to make of that diagram. Staff numbers. Thank you very much. Net Broden continues to improve. Not by much though. So we will still do the penalty training, because after 90 minutes the cup game will go straight towards penalties. So hopefully the penalty training can give us some positive there. Coleman is no good in one-on-ones, is he? Well, what else would we need for a training session? It's not like we have somebody that has, I don't know, great free kicks or great corners. Set pieces setup needs redone, be done. I did this stream, and set pieces are off already. Yeah, the Hawk Darts extend the contract with Savinsky, it seems. Sad story, but well, I could have used Savinsky. On the other hand, he's so prone to injury. I'd rather not have him at this club. If Bernigo gets released at some point, but he wouldn't want to sign for us. Yeah, he is. To be fair, he has really great leadership and determination. And the fans like this player. Sean McCaffrey, in full name. What's wrong with him? Ball control is a slight weakness, sure. Feels like he needs the composure and the off the ball movement though. So I guess I go with this. John Gilmore. There's no endurance with him yet. Well, there's no quickness either. He needs physicals, more or less. Chris Doran. He's not even instructed to train anything. I guess this is a deep-lying playmaker. Yeah, he's got the balance and, well, some of this stuff is really off though. Attacking movement it is. with the corner takers. This gets rather easy now. Because Gary Bryan will be on the pitch most of the time. And he might do the set pieces. All of them. So... let's see. This is Gibson up front here. This is Gary Bryan. Can we change these? They're not much better. No. On attack duty. On not attack duty. In attacking circumstances. We want corners to be taken by Gary Bryan from the left side. So forget about that. And on the right side, still left-footed player. I guess Freddie Wilds could do them. Why not? He will need to run all over the pitch, but at least he can do the corners. Alright. So he goes with the near post corner here. This is not great, but it might work. That's okay. And he can remain at the back in this situation. That's okay too. In fact, that's really good. To have him back here, and Freddie Wilds here is not great, but better than lurking or going forward. I'd rather have him cover defensively. Oh, this is not good. He's got the bravery, but that's all there is to it. He's just horrible. Okay. Oh, we can put it here. Yeah, we can put him here. So he comes close. And in this situation, maybe this draws out the defender. Preferably the right back here. That might be a good idea, because otherwise he's a waste of time, more or less. And on this side, this is okay. For him to tap it in is okay too. He's more of a defender. Let's keep him back here. He doesn't belong back there. In fact, he can go forward, because he's no good up front here. He can come short. Same principle as on the other side. But we need somebody to cover defensively, in addition to this. Well, we might. He's no good. Both of these are more attacking-minded players, so I guess it remains the way it is. So from one side we have an additional attacking player, and Freddie Wilds will need to track back. That's a lot of space. With the free kicks, forget about Gibson. Whoever does the playmaker duties in that formation. So Gary Bryan or whoever is in his position will need to do the free kicks. Alright, free kicks from the right. I'm not convinced by this. He's no good at this, so he can stay back. I just thought, for a split second, I thought that somebody reminds me to get into the action because set pieces are really boring. But it was just a bot about the stickers. Yeah, I guess that happens. So for him to stay back if needed is not a good idea. Attacking the ball from the edge of the area neither. I guess lurking outside the area or standing with Taker. None of it is any good though. He will just go forward. He can, this is a free kick. He can attack the ball from the edge of the area. And he can lurk here. We might as well overload them like this. Just go forward. I guess. It's not like you can do much else. On the other hand, they have attributes that are not really on display here. The fact that they are rather fast would allow us to use them in midfield and to cover defensively. To a degree at least. So maybe we can do it like this. And on the left, similar principle. He needs to stay back. All right. I don't know why this is instructed this way. This doesn't make any sense. He goes back. That's it. Same here. But this never made sense with the other Hogdals either. I'm not sure what's going on here. Wide. So in wide areas this is more close to a cross, I guess. Doesn't matter though, but just do the same. That sounds reasonable. And on the left side we'll do it like this. Save this, and now we have indirect deep. Yeah, stay back please, man. That's okay, this is somewhere. And I need to lurk. Fine. Now on the right. Yeah, stay back please. You go forward. He's on the left, he's on the right, and he stays in the back. Alright. Oh, our chairman will step down. Okay. Take over a bit. Claude isn't good enough for the playing time he wants. I guess that's true, yeah. That said, I'm starting to see him in another light. I'm not sure. He likes to round the keeper. We should use that. So in a way, poacher is fine. Even though that doesn't exist in our formation. We can always include pressing forward, but... Let's just keep him on advanced forward. I don't know what to do with him just yet. And maybe give him some strength training. Transfer window closes too. I guess we could have a look for another wingback or fullback, as it is these days. Let's see. Well, if that ever manages to close. Cool. So, We have a director of football now. We want somebody in this position. And we want a fullback. On loan. Great. It's a bit late though. We cannot right click here. Okay. Okay. And I think we have a similar... no, I have no idea. Doesn't matter though. I mean, it's not relevant, right? I have no idea. Charlie Roberts. Yeah, we've seen that. I'm not too excited by this. There was there's a watcher around here that is, I think, 13 or something, or 17. I don't know, 17 I think. Who plays professional football and is within Football Manager somewhere. At least that's what he stated. And I wouldn't want to argue that his opinion is less important than the opinion of a 60-year-old, or the other way around, really. So I guess it doesn't matter much to me, age in general. Sometimes I feel like I'm much older than 37, and sometimes I feel like I'm still within my 20s. So, even though I'm definitely not. They want us to promote him. I don't agree. Yeah, but in a good as well as in a bad way, probably. So that might come with some enthusiasm, maybe. But on the other hand, I'm prone to some... I'm prone to drastic statements sometimes, like this is batshit crazy or something like this, which might feel strong at first, but sometimes you got to reflect on these statements later on and realize, okay, maybe it's not as strict as I thought it would be right in this situation, or maybe I might have insulted somebody or something in that situation, and I don't want to do that. On the other hand, once you adapt to management talk, I guess, you're prone to not make a clear statement anymore, and speak in cotton, packed in cotton balls, basically, and that doesn't work either. I don't know if there's a sweet spot there. Everybody's got to determine that for themselves. Yeah, but I'm 37 now. So I guess that could stop at some point, right? I also feel like it's good to be enthusiastic about things that you have in common. So in a sense, I guess Taffs Well at this point is part of something that is there for everyone to watch and for everyone to participate, even though I'm the one playing this. But I'm happy to have opinions on certain stuff. I might disagree, or it might be really annoying sometimes too, because you don't get the positive feedback that you intend to get, but you get negative feedback, and sometimes it's sometimes the feedback is highly constructive, and the thing is, with that enthusiasm, I feel you can overdo it. Not you in particular, but generally one can overdo it with all that enthusiasm on stream, and it distracts from reflection, which is something that is I guess overlaps with what you've been mentioning. And reflection is very important to me, same as feedback. These things are intertwined, and to reflect on circumstances is important. Yeah, but to be aware of this is really important too, right? So if you want to be that way, that's good. Why not? And I can overdo things too. For example, the spending or the saving or whatever. I can overdo some things in real life as well as in Football Manager. But I think it's worth it to reflect on stuff. And the problem is, if you retain these circles all the time and do the same all the time, then you will end up in similar situations all the time. So spoken in Football Manager formations, we ended up again with a 4-3-3. I don't think IQ is a good measure in general. There's so many different interpretations of IQ though. That's a topic I was familiar with 20 years ago. I'm not sure what the current state of what the current scientific consent is on this. So I'd rather avoid that topic-wise, because I feel like IQ is a flawed measure in itself, because the measurement has to be taken by somebody, and that person needs to have a certain level of intelligence by themselves. But also there's so many different kinds of intelligence, if you want to go there. I could use him, but in a way we really could use him, right? No. But I don't like the trait. It's not like it distracts, but there's so many weaknesses too. I don't think he's... no. We already decided that we do not want this goalkeeper. He's new. The size of my brain is as much size as it gets in this head. That's it. So I should probably have eaten more calcium as a kid. And I don't know, done more vitamin D or whatever it is that expands your bone size. So I guess that's it. He wants to be a defensive winger. I'm not that convinced, but he can come in on trial, right? Robert Jones wants to be a central midfielder. He plays 1-2s. That's because the rest of me is rather small. You know, with streaming comes no lifting, because I don't have time to lift. Well, that's an excuse. I should do some weightlifting and so on. So that would probably make things better. Yeah, let's bring him in too. They can all come in on trial and go to the U19 for a while. He marks opponents tightly. It's not the worst of it, but I'm not that convinced that I want to include him in the squad immediately. I don't know. People are just born the way they are, and we all have our, I guess, genetic windows, if that makes sense, to do what with our lives, what we can, and chances are we will not get to the maximum of our potential in any of the areas. That is, if we do not sacrifice everything else for it, and it's always a trade-off. The general debate between biology and I guess social sciences is always the size of the genetic window, basically. At least for me, that picture always stuck. And there's no political agenda in this picture to be had, I think. Yeah, well, that too. Also, our body doesn't last forever, so we achieve peak performance at some point, and afterwards it's just decline. But at that moment that we achieve peak performance, we are not aware of it, and we might define peak performance very differently. For a footballer, this is something completely different than for a manager, for example, or I don't know, for somebody that does scientific stuff. It might be way later than for in other professions. This takes forever. Maybe there's new gens or something. I don't think this is an appropriate topic to discuss here in depth, because it can be... How do I put this? There's science to this, right? I'm not a biologist. I don't think it's good for me to comment on that kind of stuff, not in detail. Because obviously we know for most of it how it works, at least to a degree, but I'm not a medical professional, so yeah, I don't think this is good for me to comment upon. There's people that are good with that kind of stuff. They spend their entire lives with that kind of analysis, so I guess we should listen to them. Alright. Well, will the cup game commence at some point, or will it not? Who knows? I don't know. I guess work is an important part of life. To most people. We have most of our social connections at work. We spend a lot of our time at work. And to find work that is fulfilling also makes happy, to a degree. It's a certain specific kind of happiness, right? That you get from work, from doing a good job, from achieving something. I get that, but career doesn't necessarily. I think I would like to challenge that premise, if that makes sense. I don't feel like career means somebody pulls your strings. You can have a career on your own. Nobody tells you to have a career within an organization or working for somebody. You can always be self-employed. It might not be viable from a financial point of view, but that's your problems then. Your problem then. It's not somebody pulling your strings. So I guess I would reject that premise, even though I'm not self-employed. Well, you can argue that Twitch suffers self-employment, but not in a not for a judge. This is not my job. There's still some fulfillment in it, though. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, the same can be found in employment too. Yeah, but this is in all of these circumstances, it's a case of try again, fail better. And at one point, somebody will agree and say, "Hey, this is good work," right? I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm a great streamer, for example, even though you rejected this previously. I don't want to go there yet now. Other people will disagree. Other people come in here, watch this, and then move on. And that's okay. They have another opinion. And their opinion is just as valid. So, I don't feel like this is pulling my strings. If that makes sense. Yeah, but as I said, I don't want to go there right now. Because this is not... It's not about what our opinions are in our little echo chamber on the stream. We can be just ourselves and hopefully not adhere too much to the audience. On the other hand, there is stuff pulling strings always in life. Yeah, thank you very much. No, but for example, say monetary stuff, right? Of course, there's a certain monetary interest in streaming. There always will be. At least as long as there's some monetary compensation for some of it. And to be fair, some of it is work, right? I wouldn't, I guess doing thumbnails or doing, texts for videos after the stream has finished, that's not something that's fun to me. It's not the end of the world, but it's no fun at all, and I don't earn any money from it. I'll still want to do it for the stream. That Discord server is basically deserted. Not attacking anybody that joined it. They might profit from the bot there, and sometimes I tell them this or that for the next stream, but it's a rare occasion. I gotta get used to this. But this is all work, and in the end, the compensation for it is I don't know. $1.50 or something, and $1 of these comes from cheering on your behalf. So it's not like this earns any money. So obviously there is some pulling the strings. Once you realized, hey, there were 10 people here. 10 people watched this, 10 people wanted to watch this. I don't want to judge there. I don't know. Seriously, I don't. In general, I don't use Discord that much other than for private communication. Well, private, but I'm not a member of 25 servers or something. Yeah, but I'm not aware of how this works. So this is all a case of making it up as we go, if that makes sense. Yeah, so to come back to the result, right? I talked about this previously. So your strings get pulled, and you reflect on how do I want to be as a streamer. Basically, right from the get-go. Yeah, but this is why this bot is here, and why this icon is here. Because I feel like at least this provides some value to the community, and if the community overall doesn't think that this is okay, and then nobody has to use it. It doesn't distract too much from the stream, right? So we can live with that. And if it brings in the odd cent here and there and at least covers the energy bill at some point, that would be great. But at least it would contribute to entertainment. So I guess that's a trade-off that I'm willing to make. I wouldn't want to do this, for example, say the creator of this plugin got 80% and 20% of those ended up with me. We don't talk about bullshit here. So that's a strong statement, but I stand by it. Technically speaking, cryptocurrencies are very interesting, but I think Stream Stickers doesn't have an opinion on that. And if he does, he'll probably get thrown out. I don't know. Morgan James, yeah, definitely. So this is against the team on a similar level. Maybe we'll have a chance. But the share now is 2080, if I'm not mistaken. So I'd rather reduce the prices on the stickers, well, until it's not viable anymore, so that you can slap a sticker for 1 cent onto the screen, basically. And I don't know how it works. I guess after 5 stickers I get 4 cents or whatever. So, but that would be okay for me. Well, didn't we? Yes, yes, I think Morgan James actually is our best player. I think so. And the problem is he's a central defender. Well, there's no problem there, but I guess we can be happy to have him, but he will be sold at one point. Or not sold, he will just be gone. He's on a non-contract, just as everybody else. So we need to make him happy, but the way he performs, he will probably go at one point. There's some data analytics coming in. I'm surprised. Okay. Okay. Okay, Luke Thomas apparently is more adaptable these days. That's great, but not what we wanted from the central defenders. He could be U19 Oh, Iron Wild. He's got a good relationship with me. He's unflappable. Why the hell has he a good relationship with me? I don't know. Iron Wild is a decent personality, and we need a better coach for the U19, do we? Can he likes wing play 4-3-3 DM wide. I guess that's okay. But more importantly, can he do 5-star, not 5-star, can he do 2-star coaching somewhere? Let's see. I'll be done with this in a second. 15, 11, and an 8. He can do 2-star coaching for possession training, attacking training, and defending training. So not all of them, obviously, but one of them. So I guess that's a worthy signing. I guess that's a really useful signing. Come to look at this. Jaron, do you have a favorite player other than Mr. Morgan James? It comes around. It comes across like you're willing to challenge that, or I don't know. There's other good players in the squad at this point, right? We can at least give Toby Yates some credit, even though he's not that wonderful. His heading is good though. Yeah, for some absurd reason I would have guessed. By Rooney. The problem is Rooney is... yeah, he's still up here. His lack of flexibility is a bit of a problem. We might play him as a winger on the right wing in the future. But I still want to train him here, so he gets some flexibility. And I agree with this trade and so on. I don't know, maybe we should put him to the bench and give him some playing time. He doesn't train well though. Now, this is a case of a chicken and the egg, obviously. Without playing time, he cannot train well, and without, well, he needs some match experience. So I guess he can make an appearance at one point. And there's yet another offer for Morgan James. So I guess we offer an additional contract to him too. But Cloyd's physicals are so off, right? For some reason, I think this contract was predetermined. In Cloyd's case, wherever he is, here he is. Yes, he has poacher skills. True. True. He needs so many of these physicals though. He has poacher skills, that's true. I just can't seem to find a way to include him. That's on me though. I guess as a second striker, or maybe in a role that drops in from midfield, even though he's not perfectly capable to do that. But maybe the possession-based tactics suits him a bit more. So we might find a use case for his poacher skills after all. Sam Jones needs to be around. For some reason the star rating drops more and more the longer the assistant manager is within this club. But there's an example. I think that would be a good idea. Why not? The other alternative is youth recruitment. The problem with training facilities is that, well, if you train the players well, they will develop, and afterwards, what you have is nothing in this club because there will not be a transfer fee, right? Because they are all on non-contracts. So we gotta sort this stuff with non-contracts first. And I'm not very excited by this, because in this circumstance it might mean that we need to go professional. And I don't know about I guess we need to move up. And then all of a sudden we are in the Premier League with 12 clubs in here. And, well, that's not too bad there, is it? No, they are part-time here. There's a full-time contract here. So, they are semi-pro though. Yeah, most of these here are semi-pro and some are professional. In any way, I think investing in training facilities is a waste of money to a degree, because he doesn't want to be fined. Well, in that case, don't play like a just play better. His heading was really bad. Do we want to apologize? Well, if Cloyd remains with the club, that is, because apparently. Well, we're part of his favorite personnel for some reason. Sure. So apparently Cloyd is a bit controversial. Because I'll feel like a fine for this 6.1 rating was warranted. Decent training performance though. What's with him now? Do not find this player for 311 days. Great. Great. Well, why not? I guess official warnings will do. With Cloyd, yeah, he's a natural goal scorer more or less, and Rooney is a dribbler. If there's anything with him. But I think Cloyd, for example, could also work with a target forward. There's no sale though. He goes over the counter for €0. Okay, given that this takes some time, I will do a bathroom break and also get some fresh water. Not related, or slightly related, but not in the way you want it to be. In any way, I'll be back in a second. It ran for the entire ad break. Seriously, finished like 2 seconds before the ad break was over. Okay, he signed a new contract with us, so that means he declined the others. Great. Superb performance on the transfer market. Wherever that is. There's not much change to dynamics overall. Oh, we just offered him a... Yeah, we just offered him a contract. So I don't think we need to do this again. But we will lose him at some point. It might be right now. I don't know. So we need to find a replacement for him. I think that's blatantly obvious at this point. Is there anyone in central defense that we know of that is a good idea to go with? Yeah, and this basically means too that we need to go with players. What a mugshot. He looks like a bad Photoshop. Seriously. And this the shadow. It's wonderful. Yeah. It seriously looks like a bad Photoshop or out of a game. But yeah. I guess this is a real face. So I think we can go with players that are older. Because the younger ones, they will leave us anyway. In case they develop. There's a problem of these non-contract clubs. And a trap I'm willing to go. I guess I'm gonna be trapped every single time. Because I am want to sign younger players, develop them, and then they leave for €0. So all the investment comes for nothing. What we can do though, is we can give Cloyd as well as Rooney some playing time. So afterwards, hopefully, we will not need to say we didn't try. And we'll see if one of them makes it. Did I mention that I need new hardware? I guess I did. Come on, cup game. Fuck off, seriously? See? I should have offered yet another contract to him. But now he's gone. On an amateur contract, at that. So, I guess our strongest player is gone, and this means somebody else needs to take his spot. So, Sam Jones comes onto the pitch, even though he's not that great. I guess the 32-year-old can have some playing time. At least nobody will poach Sam Jones. We need to be able to give the decent contracts to the players. Cloyd is also wanted by other clubs. He might not be part of our club that much longer. I don't know, that's part of the challenge here, is it? Okay, let's do the cup game. So, is there anyone that trained well? Martin is on the pitch, Gibson is on the pitch, Cloyd is on the bench. Sam Jones is on the pitch, Brotherton trains well. Well, he's a youth player, at least to me. If he continues to train like this, we need to play him at some point. Gary Moody, I do not think is on the bench just yet. Where is he? Is he down here? There. So he can play central defender as well as a defensive midfielder and in central midfield, so I guess that's a viable bench option. We have Chris Adair. He might be in the first team. Mr. Cake Grenade. I guess Mr. Cake Grenade can play for Tumulty, because Tumulty's last game wasn't good. So that's fine. Doesn't need specific instructions anymore. We also stated that we want Rooney on the bench, so I guess we can bring Rooney with. And otherwise, trainer will play. Elena, I don't think we need him. Well, we might though, but we'll see. Coleman is on the pitch. McDowell, I guess he's well, his training rating is basically the same as Wilds' there. And that's it. So McDowell to the bench. Option from the right wing is probably Jamie Roberts. And then there's not much to do other than including a midfielder. Who will that be? Morgan Owen? Probably not. Shay Kirk. He trains as a ball-winning midfielder these days. He's no good at it. Michael Kelly might be an idea. Tumulty and Brotherton I don't feel, so I guess it's Michael Kelly. And for the rest of them, these go down to the U19, please. So one way to get a smaller squad apparently is to get rid of players that you do not want to get rid of. Because now we're missing our best central defender and it will go horribly wrong. But what can you do? It came a bit natural to me, to be honest. I never really thought about this. So I guess most of my job isn't, well, that's not true anymore. So I'm, by trade I'm a computer scientist. I guess I still feel as a computer scientist, even though I don't do software development anymore these days. But I still think like a computer scientist most of the time, I guess. And most of the literature I read is in English. Most of my gaming is in English. So even the communication in gaming. Say I play EVE Online or something. Some of the communication there is in English too. I don't play EVE anymore, but back when I did, the communication was partially in German, partially in English, depending on the people you play with. So I kind of stuck to it, but it's not an explicit decision against doing stuff in German. And then there's the added benefit of well, a bigger audience, I guess. Also, there's the added benefit of in general of practice, right? Oh. So is there anyone that needs to be registered there? I think, given that I grew up on German, well, Swabian, to be frank about it, I don't know. I feel like grammar in English can also be complicated if you're used to something else with special cases. Just think of somebody that is derived from Poland or something. They have a vastly more complicated system, if I'm not mistaken, grammar-wise, even though I don't speak a single word of Polish. But well, I do a single word, but it's an insult. So no, not going there. Maybe. I don't know. Why, Jaren, is it? So I guess I'm curious about the question though. Do you think it is a bad decision? Jaren, do you have an opinion on that? What do you say? You'd rather have it in German, for example? He's no good in training. And also, I do not necessarily agree with this. I think his strength is so far off that it will not rescue anything. No, he needs his K attributes. So... Oh, you don't speak German. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So we can teach you, not a problem. Not a problem at all. No, seriously. It's... I don't know. I never thought about it, really. Well, that's not true. I think somebody else asked me. Might have been Explosive Birthday Cake, actually. Thank you, Stream Stickers bot. So, we'll do Final Third training here. Oh. Oh. I wasn't aware. So, this is basically the other side of the world. Well, politically speaking, probably... Well, politically speaking, probably not. Then again, it's in the United States. So, I guess political environment is a bit different. But let's not go there. So, and then you can judge. Obviously, because your English will be quite a bit better than mine. I'm just used to English, culture, I guess. I watch Critical Role in English, and yeah, it's the same for me. So I dreamt about Football Manager recently. That happens from time to time, given the amount of time I spent with this game. Oh, shit. And obviously, that dream was in English. That's... Well, if you want to, nobody's keeping you. You can do that as much as you want. anytime. And also, I think for foreigners, I think Germany is a place where you can come over and you can deal just fine with English here, around here. Most of the younger people are more or less fluent in English, especially the ones that have. I wouldn't necessarily say higher education, just basically 50 to 75% of the population are more or less fluent in English. But maybe this is me. Maybe this is my home bias, because it's this way around me. Oh, we didn't need a new vice captain. So Mr. K Grenade's teamwork is really bad. Do we want him to be a nice captain? Yeah, vice. Nice captain. We want him to be, yes. The problem is, explosive birthday cake needs to be strong now. I am not so sure if we will play Mr. Mr. Cake Grenade throughout the entire season. Oh, nice. So it's a love story, to a degree at least. Gary Byrne, on the other hand. But he's got a really shitty personality. Is one of these good personality-wise? Sam Jones is. I'll do this. So, I'll appoint Sam Jones. Because I feel like Sam Jones is a decent personality, he trains well, he's got acceptable levels of leadership, his teamwork is at least 7, so that's okay, and we will give him some playing time going forward. I want him in the squad, he's a professional player, so let's give him the season. Whatever. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out and it's my fault. That's just the way it is. I wanted to go there. Yeah, that happens to most of us at some point, though, does it? I think we all have our, how do I put this? We all have a certain amount of regrets with social relationships. Looking back at certain things in my youth, I would probably do things another way too. But on the other hand, sometimes you couldn't have known any better. Yeah. So, that's bad wordplay, but I'm gonna do it anyway. It was not my intent. So, but I'll accept it now. Sometimes you just gotta go enjoy the ride. So I guess that's true for relationships too. And it took me a while to realize that, I guess. I've been so hung up on certain relationships in my past. These days I'm just happy to be with my girlfriend, and that's... I love her very much. So, next game. Back to football, if I can help it. Alright. We said we wanted him to mark... no. well, what's extended? No, it's I think it's called comprehensive. The highlights that take the most time. So a game is about 20 to 30 minutes, I think, in real time. So it takes a lot of time, and I'm rather unwilling to compromise on this, other than in friendlies maybe, because I feel like it subtracts too much of the things you witness and so on. I'm really bad at noticing things on a footballer's pitch, right? So it takes me some time, and I think I had a rant about this previously. As a private person, I tend to look like 50 or 60 minutes of a game sometimes, if I'm not on stream. On stream, this takes forever. Yeah, I do full matches too. I was born in Stuttgart, so I guess I do have a certain affiliation with VfB Stuttgart. That said, it's more of a love-hate relationship these days. Because I don't like some of the decisions they took recently, and this has to do with management, more or less. So I'm not a big fan of the approach that they took recently. Basically back into the old stuff. They should have stuck to the youth player stuff and go down, and I don't know, whatever happens. I like some consistencies. And otherwise, to make it a bit shorter, I'm generally a fan of the approach to have a consistent management in a club and a consistent coaching staff. So seen from that perspective, even weird choices like SC Freiburg or I don't know, Union Berlin or something come up, because I respect what they do. But this has nothing to do with waving a flag for me. It never did. So I included the overlapping, even though I'm not so sure if this will work. I don't think the overlapping is a good idea on the right side though. That said, yeah, but this is... So Hoffenheim is interesting in a way, because Hoffenheim is... Yeah, okay. I guess I have some some preferences, yeah. So St. Pauli I can agree upon. Sure. Oh no. Fuck. So now we need to decide. Some of these will not have a number. Well, we need trainer, right? I guess Rooney doesn't have a squad number. Because we need trainer. And we also need Moody. What about number 11 or something? That's Elena. Forget about Elena. Rooney can have number 11. Okay, I'm not sure if this goes down well. So I have a preference for St. Pauli too, but not being born in Hamburg and so on. It's more about the public image. I like the way they present themselves, so I guess that makes me some sort of I don't know. I'm not sure if this is fair to put into a political context. Alright, we're the underdog. We go with a positive mentality. Let's give him some encouragement. Go out there, play with, I don't know, a good mindset. Also, I forgot the position instructions, so that's off to a great start. Yeah. But we don't have that much scouting knowledge on him, so I guess it's showing him to the weaker foot. Same as him. And with the wingbacks, how are you two? Yeah, not so sure. I did. Well, I did man mark the DM. Tight marking. Look at that strength. Do you really think that tight marking works here? His jumping reach is as bad as our strikers, though. I guess we can try tight marking, given that he returns from yeah, but it's not about we and being scared and so on. This is we gotta adapt the tactical instructions to increase the likelihood of a good result, right? So tight marking is okay. We also need to trigger the press on him, I think. We don't want him to have time on the ball, and we have a striker that can do that, so that's okay. Also show him onto the weaker foot, and hopefully he can misplace a few passes. With the central midfielders, 6 to 13. He's weak. Tom Dyson is weak. So this is a case of a tight mark for me, if that makes sense. Because he's got good passing, good technique, his off-the-ball movement is absolute rubbish, and he has no strength and no jumping reach to speak of. For some reason, he's a 30-year-old that is... he didn't gain weight for some reason, I don't know. I guess at the age of 30 this is rare. Yeah, but it can work, but sometimes I feel like overdoing it is a problem. So anyway, we want to mark him tightly, always. Triggering the press on him will not work, I think, by the way. We don't know about the composure, but we know about the technical skills, and well, I guess he will be able to outplay us in that situation. Now, if we stand on his feet from the start, that's a different affair. And with the hard tackling, I'm not so sure. Given that his dribbling is between 3 and 10, so this will probably be a 6 or a 7. That's hard for me to guesstimate. Tom Dyson is the the left one, so our right player, which would be Gibson, would need to mark him tightly, and I'll specifically instruct him to mark him. Thank you very much. That's so he's not a good marker though, but it's still better to do it than to not do it, right? Obviously, for example, we could drop Brian back and put Martin up front or something like this, but for the moment, let's just keep it as it is, and then we will see. Is there anyone in the stadium? Apparently, yes. Apparently. There's people here. 140 there are. This is a really narrow pitch, by the way. Narrow and long. Jones. Brian. Trainer. Trainer with an interesting ball towards Gibson. That was the first shot of the game, was it? Do they work the ball into the box? Yes, they do. Reeve. Burn Martin. There. There's Mr. Cake Grenade. Jones with yet another lob towards Yates. That didn't work well. Now it did. Burn. Trainer. Wilds. Wins back the ball and loses it a second time. Fantastic. There's the long ball. And Jones picks it up. No, picks up the ball. Trainer. Nothing. Is this offside? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Let's encourage the team. You can certainly see the danger already. Here. Yellow card for Martin. Intercepted by Mr. Cake Grenade. Yates. And now there's nobody in this position. Wow, they are fast. He went on to another club. We gave him a new contract and one day later he went to another club. Despite agreeing to a new non-contract with us. And given that we cannot give him part-time contracts, there's nothing we can do about it. Well, we could have offered him yet another contract. But now he's an amateur player for somebody else. Nice ball towards Mr. Cake Grenade. Not bad. Yates, Adair, Gibson. Gibson. Nope. Burn. I feel this is wrong. I'm gonna debate this now, but I feel this is wrong. We're trying to find a space here in these areas, and there's a reason why they play in this formation on this pitch. This space isn't that big, so they can cover it just nicely with their you know, the three center backs, and in addition the wing backs. What they cannot do is cover the, how's this called? Is this lateral areas? I'm not sure. They cannot cover the areas behind the defensive line that well, because this stretch is long. This pitch is long and narrow, so pass into space would be perfect here. The problem is this is the way they play. Yes, we can. Of course, we can. Of course, we can tell them to stay. Well, they are instructed to do stuff like this, though. In case that makes sense. So he's an inverted winger. Sure, he can stay wider. And we can do the same for Mr. Cake Grenade, but he should stay wider anyway. It's in his role. And we can do the same with the fullbacks too, in case we wanted to. But in case of the fullbacks, this is really dangerous. Because there's two strikers here, and the fullbacks on support duty are already not covering that area. They push up to the front. So one stays a bit wider, one doesn't, I think. I think it's this one that stays, I'm not sure. He sits a bit narrower, yes. So we can obviously tell him to stay a bit wider too. But it feels like this is increasing the risk all the time. And I'm not sure if this is a way to go on this pitch. I guess we want him to run wide with the ball, in case he needs to run. Yeah, well, he's not a great runner anyway. So let's encourage them and hopefully we get there. Oh yeah, he is, you're right. Thank you. You are right. So we will put him on the defensive midfielder role and tell him to ease off tackles. I forgot about that. Sure. Jones, not well defended, and there's a long shot. That was close. For some reason we go... Oh yeah, this is part of the tactic. Burn, Wilds. See, now it's closed down. They... Even as a two-man partnership, they run into... I don't know the English word, and I guess in French it's cul-de-sacs. So it's... there's too many people in not enough space. And we don't create chances. A viable option to create chances would be once they pushed up. So I feel like the defensive formation actually stands a better chance here. Wilds. Burn. Cross. It's a penalty. We'll take this. So I want to be very clear about this. I do not think that this tactic has good results in this situation so far. Right? Yes, we got to the penalty due to the cross, but expected goals wise we don't look well. This is not good. Now if we score that penalty, if Yates does, as he does, and now we can have a talk. Would you say that it is viable, given the pitch's circumstances, to go with the counter-attacking football in this situation? Because there's a lot of space behind them, and there's no space on the wings. Wouldn't that make more sense? On the other hand, we're at 63% possession, so in the defensive formation we would give away possession, that's for sure. Yeah, true. True. They have 38. And but their long balls are dangerous, aren't they? Of course we can try, for example, to waste time. The passing tempo I think is average that we have right now. And these two, by the way, they ran into each other here. Long ball towards Gibson. Can he pick it up? Yes, but he doesn't manage to dribble with it. It's well intercepted. Taylor, Davies, Reeve. Oh no. Look at that pace. Wide. It pains me to say this, but they had the better chances, didn't they? Both center backs on cover. I'm not sure if the cover duty would settle that. The problem is they are really slow. So I guess he can be on cover duty, yeah. Say we put him on cover duty. And put him as a sweeper keeper on defend. Maybe that helps a little bit. We can also try to waste time here. If we want to. Trainer towards cake grenade. Come on, run with the ball. Nice work. Put in a cross. Not bad. Trainer, just over. I'm not sure if Anchorman is more suited than a defensive midfielder. Right? Yeah. A halfback would go... In possession, a halfback would drop back. That's not a bad idea. I think I like this one more than the Anchorman. The Anchorman comes with good positioning, right? So let's have a look at the players here, or this one in particular. So Harry Martin has decent positioning though, so I guess that's viable too. But there's nobody in the hole. Between central midfield and those two attackers, there's nobody to be covered there other than the attackers. So I guess a halfback makes some sense. Just to have a third defender back there. That's okay, we don't want him to shoot. It will definitely change the dynamics of this game. That's fine. So I think in this formation it's the left back that takes the corner. Yes, I see. I saw it. We can... I thought about it, maybe we should tackle harder with Yates. For some time. To foul him off the pitch. And their defensive midfielder, how is he? Come on. He has decent strength, though. But sure, why not? Let's try to get him off the pitch. Hopefully not with a red card. Nice interception by Mr. Cake Grenade, and that's it. Connolly all on his own. That shouldn't result in anything that's meaningful. And it doesn't. Coleman with a long ball. I guess this comes with the sweeper keeper duties. That's clearly offside, okay, cool. So, still within the possession tactic. I think we can be delighted with the performance overall. That's good. Is there somebody that didn't play well? Freddie Wiles drops a bit off, same as Adair. So I guess these two can be warned. Also Gibson. The rest of them are okay-ish. Okay. Let's go, we can win this. Nice wide ball towards Wilds, and it gets intercepted. That should be offside. Yes, it is. This takes away from counter-attacking situations, though. These offside situations. Connolly. Yeah, welcome to the stream. We're fine so far. But, well, we might not be. Let's just have a look. Oh, that was a close one. So I wanted to look, did they make any substitutions? They didn't. This is a cup game. We're trying to get into, well, into the next stage, I guess. Looks okay so far. Long ball towards Trainer. Wilds. Mart. Was this a shot? Martin. Adair. With an interesting ball. And that's nothing. 65 minutes into the game. Jones and Cannoli had horrible games, just because they didn't score within their respective, situations. They had a chance. But I feel on our side we need to I guess we need to have a look at our central defenders. Look at them. They're tired. Is there anyone on the bench? Moody. Yeah, I'm not gonna substitute him in a rush. They didn't substitute anyone but Owen just yet. Yes, I realize. So Alan Owen is a decent passer, has decent strength, decent jumping reach, decent technique. We don't know about his off-the-ball movement, but it's... I guess it's still a good idea to try to mark him out of the game. Not yet, no. But we cannot tackle him harder. We can show him to the weaker foot and mark him tightly there. We can do that. This. The hard tackling I don't think will work. He's a strong guy and our striker is, well, he's got strength 10. So it's a duel of two somewhat evenly situated players, I think. I'm not sure if I agree. If we focus on the sides, we played on the sides more, and we ran into tight spaces on the sides all the time in this match. We had problems in the wide areas because the pitch is so narrow. So contrary to what the formation suggests, I think there's not much space there. There's space going forward though. In an attacking duty or something. So I guess overlapping is not the way to go, if that makes sense. In fact, if we get rid of this, yes, maybe. I also keep thinking about using these players here on attack duty, even though they are not very good at it. They have some pace. How's the opposition? Do we know about their pace? That's okay-ish. He's rather fast under normal circumstances. But you are right, they're starting to get tired. So the question is, can we play penetrating passes behind these? If we can play the penetrating passes behind these, not with the overlap, then we can probably create some chances here. On the other hand, we can also pass the ball around, so that's the other approach. Just keep it as it is. Overlap on both sides. Well, probably, yeah. We'll still do it. So overlap on both sides and just tire them out and probably waste time too. Because we can just retain possession. And given that they are tired, time wasting is not a bad idea. Maybe. That said, Sam Jones needs to come off at some point. He has a decent game though. I'm a bit conflicted on this because, well, but we need to substitute Harry Martin too. He has a decent game, but he's on a yellow card. I don't want to risk it. And I think Moody is a good tackler. So he should be able to do this. In fact, I want him to tackle harder now. So we can put him on the pitch. Now there's no central defender left, but at least we substituted the middle one. Yates has a decent game. He scored his goal. He's not that fast. Neither is Cloyd. He doesn't have great anticipation, but he has a really great acceleration and pace. We'll take off Yates. Put Cloyd up front here. Put him in as a poacher. And we will not go towards the target man anymore, so this is... There's no target forward on the pitch, so all that crossing towards the target forward needs to go. And we will include the low crosses though. Because he should be able to anticipate this, right? He's got decent anticipation, decent dribbling and so on, so maybe he can make a run for one of these balls. I don't want to cross into a particular area. So... Snap's still around? Not sure. I guess I lost him. Well, let's try this, and I want to bring Rooney on, but on the other hand, Mr. K. Grenade doesn't seem tired. So I would need to bring Rooney on for trainer. In a position that he's not used to play. Hopefully that helps. And there loses out on a ball. What a situation. We were really lucky here. Really, really lucky. Dyson. Connolly. Yet another long shot. And I forgot something. Yes, I want to waste time. Even in this formation. And I want them to dribble less, I think. In this situation, because they are not good at dribbling overall. So just pass the ball around. We are still in 62% possession. Jones, Feldstedt, long ball. Towards Cloyd. And there. That's a free kick. Offside. Anyone tired here? Yeah, Jones is. Reeve, Dyson. Feldstedt. Long ball by Coleman. Towards Cloyd. Not a bad idea. He goes for the shot. From that situation. I guess that's a poacher. He's trying. Oh, he's not instructed to man mark the... Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He took over that instruction. So that's okay. Jones, well defended. Gibson, Mr. Cake Grenade, should be tired now. Byrne, Gibson, Mr. Cake Grenade. Come on, come on. You can do it. Not a bad one. Yeah, I think so. That said, we have options on the bench. We need to bring them on. So we will bring Rooney on for Mr. Cake Grenade here. Just because he's fresh. That's all the reason there is to it. Hopefully he can make a run for it. And then, let's see. Central defenders are really tired. Can we cover at least for the fullbacks? Because Michael Kelly is more of a passer that could replace Byrne. Gibson doesn't have a great gain, but I don't feel we need to put him off the pitch. He doesn't need to be put out of his misery just yet. Goalkeeper doesn't make much sense. We could argue that trainer doesn't stand a chance. so far. On the other hand, he's not really exhausted. Jamie Roberts is not fast enough for this kind of game. He is though. We'll bring on McDowell in his core position, even though he's not a great defender. I think the pace is vital here. And if it isn't, well, you can always blame me. Hopefully we can make it count down. Feldstedt, Adair. Long ball. Oh, that's not the one I wanted to see. There's a lot of long balls here, really. Taylor. Well done by Jones. It was offside. Did they change formation? No, they didn't. So I think this is the time we can praise the team. They are up 1 goal. We are in control of the game. At least it feels that way. New players. Who are the new players? Evans, Clark, and Haywood. Let's watch the end of this scene. Trainer, well done. It's not another penalty, apparently. Moody, well done. Well done. Adair. Rooney. Adair. And a long ball. Why? Why would you play a long ball? You are specifically instructed not to cross that much. Rooney will not make an appearance in the next game, I think. Maybe not in the next 2 or 3. So forget about Cloyd. Or maybe... It depends a bit. How do we want to defend this with 10 men? We need the person here, right? So... Yeah, 4-4-1 makes some sense, sure. I'm looking if somebody knows how to... Why does the game continue all of a sudden? This is so bad. This is one of these Football Manager things. If you skip to a menu and come back, the game just continues. It doesn't care. Also, if you cancel a menu, it just continues. The auto pause is not there to be taken off once you cancel the menu. I do not understand that. If there's a setting to change that, please tell me. It's so annoying. Well, we could take Trainer off, yes. But Trainer knows how to play in this position at least. So we can drop him back and put him on defensive winger duty. There is Jamie Roberts that is not familiar with the role up front, but at least is a defensive-minded player. So if we put Moody in midfield, take Gibson off, put Jamie Roberts on, here. Now we can have a defensive winger here. This guy obviously needs to play ball-winning midfielder. Or something along the lines. but the entire thing, I just set this up in a positive formation. We have 5 minutes to go. I'm not trying to control possession for 5 minutes. Well, I can, but I will do it this way. So let's redo this all over again. And let's put him on ball winning midfielder duty anyway. He can be on cover duty, sure. Yes, yeah. This is okay. He can be on defend duty too. He doesn't need to support the rest. They can be on support duty. They can go forward at least for 5 meters. Cloyd can be advanced forward or poacher, doesn't matter, but we'll put him on poacher. That's it. Forget about scoring, right? He can be pressing forward on defend duty and contribute defensively, at least a little bit. And let's not forget that he needs to mark the defensive midfielder, whoever that is. There he is, Alan Owen. More direct passing is fine, but we will also waste time. It's 5 minutes to go. Less dribbling, because we don't want them to. Forget about everything else here. And obviously slow down the pace here. I don't know about crosses. So that's all I can do here. We need to not concede for 5 minutes. If they could do that, that would be great. Long ball back home, man. Moody, well done. Trainer, McDowell. McDowell. This is still on a positive attitude, by the way. Because, you know, pauses and so on. Cloyd, Gibson, Trainer, Davies. McDowell towards Cloyd. Okay, we'll take this. That's a throw. And at this point I will praise him. To give him a final boost in morale, if we can help it. Yeah, we can. Not sure about the set piece situation here. This might not be in some kind of setup what we want to have. Come on. That's still a lot of time wasting, so I guess that's okay. Adair, Roberts, Adair, Cloyd, Adair. That ends up with Taylor. There will not be time wasting for him. 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. McDowell, Coleman. Waste time. Sir Coleman. 40 seconds. Long ball. Towards Cloyd. Ah, that was close. Not too bad. Offside. Fantastic. That should see it through. We got this, do we? 8 seconds. Yeah, no hurries. Stop the count. It's done. Jones. Towards Cloyd again. Dyson. Evans. That should be it. That's it. That's the game. Fantastic. Phew. I was more interesting than I wanted it to be. But so now comes the assessment afterwards. Now is, so first of all, what the fuck, Rooney? Because seriously, why did you do that? And he wasn't instructed to tackle harder or anything. It's just I don't know. He was over motivated, I guess. And second of all, do you really think so? The possession and so on, that worked, yes. But can we really argue that we created the chances, and especially that we won due to the possession-based system? I'm not so sure. I guess the penalty came that way, but it looked really dangerous, the way they countered. In maybe 8 out of 10 other days we would have conceded on the counter probably, because they had good counter-attacking footballers. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we were lucky, and I'm not so sure if the decisions made that win. Yeah, well, it at least it put us into their penalty area, right? But I guess it's a trade-off between frequency and quality of chances created. And we didn't create that many chances, but at least we were in the penalty area. So I guess that counts. On the other hand, we didn't have high-quality chances afterwards. We basically passed the ball around in hopes that it would last in the second half. We might also have tried to shut up shop and go with a counter-attacking ball. And Claude was close sometimes. So, I don't know. That's it. This guy is a hero, at least for today. He's great. Same as him. He makes up for the loss of Jones. The rest of them not so much. For Rooney to be taken off after being substituted in, well, this is the best comment ever. Alright. I guess that settles it for today. Even though I want to play on, the stream has been going on for 8 hours. Let's do another one. Oh, we get money. Let's do another one tomorrow, maybe. He's banned for 1 match. I will not appeal. It was a horrible tackle. And he will get a warning. Definitely. We will go through this though. Yes. Yeah, I got that. So it's not all black and white, right? How frustrated are we with his red... well... Well, we will give him some support. Right. Transfer window's closed. But the most important player was him. And that was the guy that was on cover duty. So, yeah, that was a really great call, to put him on cover duty. Maybe that just made a difference. He's suspended. Oh, but with squad registration we might have a problem. Well, whatever. That's it for today. Thanks for watching. And we will do the same tomorrow probably. Or after dinner. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see each other soon. And yeah, make sure you follow and so on. But I guess you all did. So yeah, thanks for watching. And maybe, just maybe, we can get to 70 followers at some point. Or even to a subscriber. Who knows? Anyway, have a nice day. And in case we don't see each other pretty soon, have a nice weekend. So, bye.